Even when the day is through. Come on, please, baby, goodbye.
No, you're not. No, you take my youth. You never chop. Don't you know that? Don't you know? No, you're not. My youth. I listen us, teaching us the truth. And when you plan to go on a barber, Rastafari the father. Every day fasting and prayer, people are wonder up in the manga. The boss tell me to chop it. Thunderbolt for employer. Now tell me so to not be my prepper right around in the cloud. Long.
Every day. We're looking at it, refine it.
Alright. Yes, I need.
Live good. And it's yours.
You're not.
Enjoy yours. I feel the business.
Don't you know that? You're not. My I listen us, teaching us the truth. And when you plan to go on a barber, Rastafari the father. Every day fasting and prayer, people are wonder up in the manga. The boss tell me to chop it. Thunderbolt for employer. Now tell me so to not be my prepper right around in the cloud. Long time, up in and a try. Rasta still a strive harder. Photo, a long time, society a try. The Rasta man survive, oh, you're nothing. No, you take my youth. And never stop.
Live and direct. Right here on the Galaxy of the Week.net. Testing. Love what testing. Blessings now.
But I want to know, just like the little red spot, I shine in the dark, just like the little bright light. No afraid we talk, and I defend the night right. Tell the youth them for wise and be intelligent. Them treat me like a alien, they took element. So give me the truth, and mechanics give them. So burn Babylon and do not sorry for them. Cause a long time, the one of them a try, but Rastaman a strive fire. But those a long time, society a try, but the Rastaman survive fire. Oh, you're not my youth, and never stop it. Don't you know the truth? Alone in yourself. No, you're not it. No, you take my youth. I listen loud. Teaching us the truth. And they say, yeah, that's a far. The food I the earth. Long time them a try, but nothing could ever work. And they lot of far. The ruler of the world. And every boy and girl. Whoa, oh, Babylon a cry. Oh, one day if they know what I mean.
If they don't know what I mean, huh?
And you say,
welcome to the Blacknificent show here on the Galaxy of the Week.net. Uma mais. What y'all do to me? What y'all do to me today?
I've had enough of danger and people on the street. I'm looking out for angels just trying to find some peace. Now I think it's time that you let me know. So if you love me, say you love me. If you don't, then just let me go. 'Cause it's things I learn. And the last one made me cry. So I don't wanna hold you, touch you. Cause it ain't no joy for an uptown boy whose teacher has told him goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. When you were just a stranger and I was at your feet. Danger. Didn't feel the danger. No. I feel the heat. See that look in your eyes. So if you think that you love me, you know that you need me. I'm the song, I know it's all. Just let me teach things I know what to learn. Let's run
Touching you. If this is touching you, this is touching you. Make sure that the car. It's something. On the trail of peace today. Let's find some peace in our town.
no time, boy, whose teacher has told him goodbye, goodbye.
You got that sunlight in your eyes right now. Right? Let it come true, man. Let it come true. What next we are dealing with right now?
So when you say that you things is my pride. Oh, you touching no joy for an who just isn't willing to try. I'm so cold inside. Maybe just wanna try.
Yes, 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 yes. So welcome to the Blacknificent Show here on the Galaxy net. You can check us out live also on other streaming channels as well. Let me see. We've got on the Facebook, right? So you can go on the Blacknificent Radio Show on the Facebook, and also you can check us out on the YouTube as well, Blacknificent Radio Show on the YouTube channels as well, right? I'm trying out this new one, yes, sir, on the Tickety Talk, right? So if as you're passing through and everything else, welcome to the Blacknificent Radio Show, interaction show, mainly a talk show, right? Well, as we do on the first hour or the opening hour of the program, we review what's happened over the last 7 days, right? And we try to make some sense out of what we say is nonsense, right? Because this is the only de-brainwashing station. Okay, so let's talk the truth and bring some reality into this I would say state of confusion, right? Oh my gosh, the things that is happening right now. And then what we do, we lead up to the midday. The midday is the time when we take to have our midday meditation, right? That is in our preparation of receiving the messages from our ancestors. So it could be messages from those who are past, present, and those who are even to come, right? Because we learn by our challenges as well. So, welcome to the Blacknificent Show here on the Galaxy net. Let me give it this one, yes, sir. Skip. No. What you done to me? Here we go.
Hold on. One dance class. I was feeling tipsy and the mood was right. Sight a little daughter and I step in at the corner. Cause I feel like dancing all night. So I said, put on the place for me, little woman. Going too fast for me. I said, put on the place for me, little woman. That's not how it should be. Told her to try. I don't know why. No use trying, but she can. I saw she do it how she want. Lord. So I said, pull down the place for me, little woman. Rocking it too fast for me. I said, pull down the place for me, little woman. That's not how it should be. Rocking too fast for me. So she do it how she want. Said she would try. Said she would try. But she just don't know why. She keep on trying, but she can't. And then she do it how she want. Hold on the pace of me, little woman. Give it too fast, me. I said, pull on the pace for me, little woman. That's not how it's supposed to be. Pull on the pace. I said, pull on the pace. Keep on trying, but she can't. And then she do it how she want. I'm a tongue for me, little woman. For me, little woman.
Soon come.
It was 1972, my mom and papa brought me through. Back then I was the favorite, so they say. Even though he was way before his time, I knew every Mr. Morning. You knew that he the tough was fly, them diamond socks and corduroy. Fast forward to 1981, my dad moved on, you saw the guy. Inside I kept the songs alive. So they say, I'm an old soul, living in my life. Yes, I've been here before. One soul, tribute to the ones who suffer. Beside me, legacy lives on. It's now 1991. This was the year after graduation. Shabba Ranks was on the radio station. I played some songs from Mama Rick. I had that girl from round the way. UB40 was on the play. I can't forget that holiday. Marvin Gaye stole her heart away, and I had to learn the hard way. She'll always be a part of me. It's until I met.
As requested. Let's pull it back again and listen. Listen to the lyrics properly on this. Lived through it, been there, done that, and coming on strong again. Blacknificent.
It was 1972, my mom and papa brought me through. Back then I was the favorite, so they say. Even though he was way before his time, I knew every Mr. Morning. You knew that he the tough was fly, them diamond socks and corduroy. Fast forward to 1981, my dad moved on, you saw the guy. Inside I kept the songs alive. So they say, I'm an old soul, living in my life. Yes, I've been here before. I'm an old soul, tribute to the ones who suffer. Beside me, legacy lives on. It's now 1991. This was the year after graduation. Shabba Ranks was on the radio station. I played some songs from Mama Ritz. I had that girl from around the way. UB40 was on play. I can't forget that holiday. Marvin Gaye stole her heart away, and I had to learn the hard way. He'll always be a part of me. Until I met that Mary Jane. Old legends reincarnate. No soul, living in the body of a 12-year-old. Guess I've been here before. I'm an old soul, tribute to the ones who suffer. Inside me, a legacy lives on. You said I always seem to know, 'cause I said I told you so. As if I've always been around. I'm an old soul. Living in the body of a 12-year-old. Yes, I've been here before. Yes, I've been here before. I'm an old soul. Tribute to the ones who made it possible. Beside me, like he lives. I'm an old soul. Living in the body of a 12-year-old. Yes, I've been here before. Old soul. Tribute to the ones who made it all possible. Inside me, like he lives on.
Soon return to you again. Soon return to you again, man. Hi. All right then. Let's see. Over the last 7 days now. You may see the smile on my face, but deep inside I'm crying. I'm crying. Am I nervous about what is about to happen? Yes. Yes. I'm nervous about what is about to happen. Because, one, they don't care about anybody. They don't care who dead, as long as it's not them. They've been doing this thing for years. Years. Lifetime. And now, as they would say, hey, retribution time. Now, let me just point out something to you. We, as people of this planet, we are the guardians of this planet. We are the guardians of this planet. Just like the animals that are living on this planet, the rest of the ones that are not human. The ones that run for their lives whenever they see a human. The ones that live in fear constantly when they see a human. The ones that are born as a child and their parents teach them. You see that there? You see them creature there? Stay away far from them. Don't go nowhere near them. That's all they want to do is kill you. That's all they're interested in is to kill you. Right? Stay away from them. They kill each other in preference to kill you, but them still want to go kill you after that. So stay away from them. This is the conversation the creatures of the planet is having. So you are. Survival instincts say, stay away from them. I'm not beating about no bush this rising. I'm not talking about no. Oh, we should come and have a sit down and talk and all that. No, stay away from them. Stay far from them. You know, one of the things that amazed me with it, and it did bring a smile to my face though. But irrespective of what the circumstances are and everything else, irrespective of what the circumstances are, this godly people, God has given us this land. This is our land. This is holy land. Right? They stand up there and they pray to that wall, push up their messages in the wall and all them things there. Right? Hmm. 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 And then let me just say this. Ye of little faith. Ah, ye of little faith. And I don't say this in a blasphemous way either, you know. Right? Because all our own weak heart people, them are run and scatter like cockroach. Them are run and scatter like cockroach. Because I'm going to tell you now, when you see a mound and you know, say that's an ant hill that, right? And you see, and you see how things are going to happen for them when they say, "Oh, look, something is coming to destroy the Mount Hill." You don't see the ant them run and scatter, you know. You don't see them running and scattering. No. You could come with your big mash foot on their ant hill. And guess who's gonna back up? After they come and they attack you and bite you up. None of them backing off, you know. Nobody's backing off. Right? Look on that little ant. And he's not backing up. But you, with your big mash foot, I bet you start hop and skip and jump. Eh? Hop and skip and jump, and before you know it, the little ant them will bust your back foot. Eh? Back up. And what do? They regroup and they regather and they rebuild. Yeah. I hate that. Weak heart people, them, man. They've shown their strength and their weakness already. Some of the things that I've seen in this thing here, right? One thing I am glad and happy not to be amongst them. I am very glad and happy not to be amongst them, right? But I'm also glad and happy that there are those who are seeing what is happening, and we're able to see only snippets of what is happening. We're only able to see snippets. And of course, the propaganda of the war, impending war and disruption that is going to be affecting us here, who are not really even involved in it. Because if they say, let's have a show of hands of all those who say that we should go to a world war, let's have a show of hands. My hand is not going to be in it. Even though on both sides, from both sides of the fence, they both hate us as Black African. You hear what me I say? From both sides of the fence, they hate us as Black African. I'm not endorsing it. Yeah, even now, the Prime Minister of the UKKK are going with him lip service. Yes, we need to prepare. Who the hell do you think he is? We need to prepare. Right? And you will find those who will be out there going, and they will be preparing, because they feel so that the man's going to come into him front room and attack him and his family. So he say, yeah, I've got to defend myself. I've got to defend myself and my family. Yeah, yeah. So you know, be prepared as well for that, because there will be those whose attitude towards their neighbors will be changing. It will be changing if it hasn't changed already. A good thing say. Hey, boy. A good thing say that is not a black nation. Because then everybody, yo, you all the same, you all the same. That's what they must be saying. That is exactly what they would be saying. Oh boy. If they ever say them things there, you know, and you see that. Hold your corner, my people. Hold your corner. Galaxy family, hold your corner. Hold your corner. Know say that we are strong. Know say that we are mighty. Know say that no matter who, what, where, we can stand with our head held high because of our integrity to ourselves, to our families, to our existence right here, right now. We've been in this type of battle for years. Some of us are battle weary. Some of you just come now because you just see how the thing turn upon you. Yeah? Live and direct, right here on the galaxyofthewe.net. Lines are open. Lines are open before the midday. I want to hear what's happening for you right now on 074 953 953 60. Also on 0203 576 1786. That is 0203 576 1986. Okay? You can call us on that one there, Soto. Oh, sorry, 17867. Right. Also on Old Faithful line as well on 0203 289 6504. 0203 289 6504. At the top of the hour, we'll be going into our midday meditation. But right now, I just want to know what's going on for you. What is it, where you are? How has your strong been as well? It's been I tell you, apart from what is happening over there, sir, what has been happening, yes, sir, has been absolutely inspiring as well. Right? So please, just come and share. Just come and share. And you know, even your words could be an encouragement to the other listeners out here as well, right? I want to give a shout out, like I'm a DJ to Rockstone. I want to give some acknowledgement to all the listeners out there, right? All the ones that are finding things a bit challenging right now, physically, spiritually, yeah, spiritually, right? Financially, all them things there, right? You know, we're there as the Galaxy family, you know, so 100% right there. You are not forgotten. You are not forgotten at all. I want to give also my appreciation to all of the of the of the pilots here on the Galaxy, right? For all those who are just come, the new one, the newbies, doing the fine work, doing the fine works, man, doing the fine works, you know. Very inspiring to hear some new voices here who are steering the Galaxy station into new realms, man, new realms. Also, to the ones who are the veterans, the veterans, right? And I you know what I like to enjoy here as well is those who have been before, and they're in the listening. They're in the listening and they're contributing as well. You know, I love that. I love it. 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 You know what I mean? It shows that the spirit never dies. It never dies. The doors are always open. And this is the thing. This is the thing about the galaxy. Yeah? The galaxy of we. Sometimes you just have a season. You know, you will come, you will share, you make a contribution as of a commentary, right? Or even as an artist with your works as well. You know, and you know that is just part of what this mix mash thing is here, what we call galaxy. But the fact is that you have an avenue. You have an avenue to reach out to the listeners, to the participants here on the galaxy. And remember, you know, it's not just here. This is a global network, what we're talking about. A global network. Don't let that be don't make that make you nervous though still to come and share, you know. Right? Because what they want to do, they want to close us down. They want to shut us down, denigrate us. Right? But even in their denigrations, they cannot erode us in that because we are strong rock. We are the strong rock that is there, embedded deep. There's no moving of we. There's no moving of we because as you dig deep, our foundation is so strong, right there, so. Even as we call the names of those who are up in the foundation, Night Rider, seeing Elder Hirakute. Even as we call the names of those, Mama Margaret, oh. Even as we call the names of those that has been the foundation, Sister Sandra Harris. Don't even bother with you. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. You see, this is what I'm talking about. And you will be part of that. That you will be that. Even as we go through our minds, our memories, and we dig deep for the answers. Even on this day here, we look for peace. We're looking for peace within us. Just a few days ago, let me share with you a thing that comes for me. Just a few days ago, I was at home. And I said, let me just go out because the weather, you know, I think it was the first of this strong's hot days. So I said, let me just come out of the home and just go to the park and then eat my lunch in there, right? So I put it into a container and come out. And as I'm sitting there in the park, I'm in my midday meditation mode, you know. So I'm just thinking, you know, just to have a peaceful day, what needs to be done, what can I do, you know. And there was this brother, and as he's walking through, he's dressed in a suit and he's looking impeccable, man. I'm just looking on him and I'm thinking, you know what, just my spirit was just greeting him. And he was out of, as he was walking, he's out of the, what do you call it, that distance of where you could talk and be heard. But in my mind, I was saying, you know what, this brother's going to stop and we're going to have a conversation. Right? This is what I was saying in my mind, you know. I was saying this in my mind. And then as he came closer, he looked over and he literally stopped in the way how he was walking. And he looked over to me. He looked over to me. And I indicated by nodding to acknowledge him. And he stood there. It's like he just stood, you know, when somebody's just standing there. And I said, and I waved to him and said, come. And he's standing there again. And I said, look, come. And I said, sit down, you know, indicate to him to sit down. And he came and he sat down. And then we just started talking. I don't know this, but I'd never met this person before in my life or anything like that. And he was just sharing, you know, what was going on with him and his partner, his wife, right, and various other things. But it wasn't a thing of that. He was, you know, in a stressful way. But it was more of an appreciation, you know. He just wanted to just share the appreciation that he has for life. And I thought to myself, you know, just listen to the brother. Just listen to the brother and hear what he has to say. And in that moment of listening, there were so many points of where I could have said, yes, I need to, yes. But I just said, no, let me just listen and hear what the brother's got to say. And in the listening, after about an hour of him speaking, he said, you know what? Thank you. Thank you to just listen. I said, that's fine, my man. I said, and then I explained who I was and what I do and what I'm doing and what I intend to do, you know, and what brought me to that space, because it's the first time me go sit down in that space there, even though it's always available for me. But I just said, all right, then let me just spend that little time there. And even in the way how that brother was speaking with me, he brought me to a level of appreciation, inner standing that I hadn't visited for a very, very long time. Even though, you know me, right? Or us, and we're on this all the time. But it was so refreshing to be guided by somebody else, and me allowing myself to be guided by somebody else. And this is why I look, and I always use these analogies of how the animals interact with each other. Maybe they are of a pure spiritual connectivity, and we could learn from them as much as what we are learning and trying to navigate this Maya called life, or what we called life. And maybe we could actually find the answers. Carter G. Wilson. Was he so brilliant? Or was he just very observant of how plants procreated themselves? How was it possible for him to find so many useful inventions from one plant, let alone all of the variety of plants on this planet? And I'm sure that if he had the opportunity and the time, he could invented 1,000 more things from various other plants and species around this planet. And yet, we are acting like we're blind Why are we acting blind? Why are we acting so ignorant? Right? Why are we ignoring the obvious? Why are we not saying the obvious when we need to say it? Here on the Blacknificent show, let me tell you something. You think say that is something that I'm doing this for glory, self-glorification? No. No, it's not. I can assure you of that. I'm not doing this for self-gratification at all. Because when I beg you nothing, the only thing that I ask of you is that you take the lessons of life and that what life gives you and you share those lessons for the betterment of all. That's the only thing I would ask of you. Live your life in peace here. The theme of today, find the peace within. Find the peace within. As we reach to the top of the hour now, we're going to our midday meditation here on the galaxyafterwe.net. A beautiful time, a beautiful time, a beautiful time. The fire breath, the thing that can give us strength. For all those who are feeling a little bit weak, a little bit unenergized. For those who are feeling a little bit unenergized right now, let's reinvigorate ourselves, right, with the fire breath. The fire breath is done how it's done, right? Even if I say to you to take a deep breath, even if I say to you right now to take a deep breath, most of us would take that breath from the top of our chest and raise our chest right up. And then, so then let the chest down. Let's take the breath. Let's take the breath from the stomach, or let's say stomach, the lower area, right? The abdomen area. Yeah? So if you're not too familiar with that, where your navel button is, right? You know, the little dimple upon your belly. The little dimple on your belly. Let that be your breathing area, right? And you don't have to breathe it heavy or anything like that. Just take a normal breath, but just be conscious of it, right? And as we do that, we take the normal breath and we speed it up. We speed it up, right? To a comfortable pace for ourselves. So, and we do this by taking a few deep breaths, right? So it'd be in and out, in and out, and then in for the third time and out, so you can feel that you're filling up. And then just with your mouth closed, through your nose, through your nasal area, right? And then you would breathe in and out through your nasal area, right? And then you would increase the pace of what you do that, but only breathe through your stomach. So all you're concentrating on is your nasal air breathing and your stomach breathing, right? And you take it, I'll take it like that. Now, if you can do 30 seconds, do 30 seconds in a continuous, and then breathe normally and return to 30 seconds. If you can do a minute continuously, and do that, and then return to normal breathing, right? And then do another minute. To do this up to 5 or even 10 minutes continuous. If you're that practiced that you can do that, then that is brilliant. And even in doing that, you'll find that it may and it will, in most cases, give you more oxygen within your body. You probably will awaken some dormant things in your brain, and also within your physical structure, because you are giving your body enough new breath of oxygen. Okay? So, without further ado, let's go into our midday meditation this strong here. And we start with the power of our breaths.
Babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya. People see me acting strange, they might say it's a burning shame, but people don't realize the pangs of hell I feel. So let them say I'm mad, they don't know how it feels to be sad. I don't know who could be glad in a situation like this. My last shirt torn from my back, but that's not quite the fact. My shoe is down to my socks. Ain't no place to lay my head. Don't even own a bed. I can't remember when I've eaten bread. They don't seem to realize what really keeps me alive is a force that is so great no man can destroy. They'd like to understand just where I get my helping hand, and so they criticize while I look and live. Babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya. Babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya. People see me acting strange, they might say it's a burning shame, but people don't realize the pangs of hell I feel. So let them say I'm mad, they don't know how it feels to be sad. I don't know who could be glad in a situation like this. Lord, my last shirt's torn off my back, but that's not quite the fact. Pain goes deep down into my soul. No place to lay my head. Shouldn't even own a bed. I can't remember when I've eaten bread. They don't seem to realize what really keeps me alive is a force that is so great no man can destroy. They'd like to understand from where I get my helping hand, and so they criticize while I look and live. Babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya, babu babu babaya. Babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babaya, babu babu babaya, babu babu babaya.
Yes.
Babu babu babaya,
Let the power of the breath.
babu babaya.
Let the power of the breath take you into the next and higher Did you sleep on your bed? Don't worry. Just take your time, roll up again. Let it do that.
Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for the rain and when the sky clear. Give thanks for the ones who watch the children play. Give thanks for the ones who make the train them clear. The people and the soldier them a treat like here. Everyone, but I know everyone share. Give thanks for the culture that we got to right here. Give thanks for the one we make the 9-month wait. Rastafari away the isle of space. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise tonight. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for the rain and when the sky clear. Give thanks for the ones who watch the children play. Give thanks for the ones who make the train them clear. The people and the soldier them a treat right here. Everyone, but I know everyone share. Give thanks for the culture that we got to right here. Give thanks for the one we make the 9-month wait. Rastafari away the isle of space. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise tonight. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. No matter go the wrong way. Talk, you have something to say. No matter take this no way. We have to step up to the plate. A lot of family await. Works have to get update. Inside a Babylon trade. Don't let them take your mess away. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise tonight. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart. This sound again couple days. Fight for your on the wage. You work as a figure day. Don't make them feel like no slave. If I'm a to maintain, so we not see no rain. A 9 to 5 is like pain. Just make the best of your day. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise tonight. Heal up your heart. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Give thanks and praise to life. Heal up your heart.
Some of your kind of stuff coming. I'm alone. I am really sitting here all alone, waiting for my baby to come on to me, to give me all I need. But I'm afraid thinking someone else will take you insane. All these things are going through my head because I don't know what to do. Can't remember the last time I saw you. Oh, can't remember the last time we kissed. Oh, can't remember the last time we exchanged our just come on over, I'll be home. I every day. Oh, I wish the memories go away and will bring back another day. Oh, you. Oh, I care for you, but I am wrong. For the memories go on and on. Keep me singing the same old song. And now, oh, I'm so confused. Can't remember the last time I saw you. Can't remember the last time we kissed. Can't remember the last time we exchanged. Just come on over, I'll be home. Come on over, and I'm afraid, thinking someone else will take you instead. All the things are going through my head because I don't know what to do. Can't remember the last time I saw you. Oh yeah. Can't remember the last time we kissed. Yeah. Can't remember the last time we exchanged. Come on over, I'll be home. Every day. Oh, I wish the memories go away and to bring back another day. Oh, you. Oh, I care for you, but I am wrong. All the memories go on and on. Keep me singing the same old song. And now, oh, I'm so confused. Can't remember the last time I saw you. Can't remember the last time we kissed. Can't remember the last time we exchanged. Oh, just come on.
My brother Sanchez, brother Dennis. Watch how you grandmother is.
Into my life, you'll forever be here with me. Inseparable we are. To my life, you'll forever be here with me. Inseparable we are. Excited about living our love.
Right here in my heart, you'll always stay. Inseparable, yeah. You are the sun, set of my life. So much excitement when you are around. There's so much about you. That's what makes me want to love you in a special way. I mean, you mean into my life. You'll forever be here with me. Inseparable, you are the sun, light. There's so much excitement when you are around. There's so much about you. That's what I say. Makes me want to love you in a special way. I mean, you mean into my life. You'll forever be here with me. Inseparable, yeah. Whoa, inseparable, yeah.
Yes, King Man, you see that? Oh. Why RMP and just ease out when you hear them type of lyrics there? Not true. Yes, I. That's how we do.
And the best thing you could ever do, keep your mind on yourself, but watch yourself when you are collecting food. Hey, the militant prayer about the whole, got every free and every try in truth. You better just walk away from trouble. No matter make nobody distract you. Hey, they're not because they're not, no mean you're not wise. Them say when things look proper, them want people side. Well, I know everybody play by the rules, so we can't do relax. Show them the key and them we go in our shop and keep up all our snacks. So let us just walk away from trouble. And the best thing you could ever do, keep your mind on yourself. But watch yourself when you walk and let people. Hey, the village and when you're bubble. Cause them free and them try intrude. You better just walk away from trouble. No matter make nobody distract you. Hey, someone a put it on the car and someone a make it hard. Them woulda love to see me mother down while every day them getting start. Me mind the baby while me mind my business, me no look over them face. Push out a road to me thing and return and me stick to the end. Walk away from trouble, and the best thing you could ever do. Keep your mind on yourself, but watch yourself when you walk and let the fool. Hey, the militant pressure about a bubble. Cause them free and them try intrude. You better just walk away from trouble. No matter make nobody distract you. Hey, so not because we now look, no mean we now watch. Them say when things look proper, them want deep west side. Well, I know everybody by the rules, so we can't pull it out. Show them the key and them we go in our shop and keep out all our stars. Walk away from trouble, and the best thing you could ever do. Keep your mind on yourself, but watch yourself when you walk and leg the food. Hey, the militant friend your pass a bubble. Cause them we free and them we try intrude. You better just walk away from trouble. No matter make nobody distract you.
Listen to the lyrics now.
Walk away from trouble. Yes. Alright, let's sing again. No play around.
If you have time for that. What them say? What them say? The message is in the music. The message is in the music. That's what I'm saying it.
Sweet, sweet love.
Them summertime vibes.
Once upon a time I didn't believe in love. Don't tell me nothing about that. I've been like to one mistreated love. Put up with everybody crap. But I met somebody. I met a lady and she real good to me. So make we see how the story ends. Cause I'm believing again. But now I'm living in the moment. She gives me sweet, sweet love. I think I like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. It's got something special. Can we keep it like this? She gives me sweet, sweet love. I really like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. It's got something special. Can we keep it like this? So when she vexes, she speaks in love. So I don't feel no way when we have a problem. She believes in communication. So I'm learning how to listen without arguing. And she pleases me. She pleases me. Treat me like a king in a mid kingdom. I never thought that I would have actualized the loving way me I always did a dream. She gives me sweet, sweet love. I think I like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. Got something special. Can we keep it like this? She gives me sweet, sweet love. I really like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. Got something special. Can we keep it like this? Like this. Sweet, sweet love. No overacting, but she's smart. She love to look, she love to laugh. After she clean, she have good heart that she can cook, and she's a word of art. Oh, yeah. This love is a word of art. Hey, she gives me sweet, sweet love. I think I like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. We got something special. Can we keep it like this? She gives me sweet, sweet love. I really like it like this. Baby, it's not complicated. Got something special. Can we keep it like this?
Next up will be our ancestral voices. Yes, we are ancestral voices up next. Oh boy, I tell you. Excellent. That's our midday meditation here, strong on here on the galaxyofawee.net on the Blacknificent radio show. Yeah. Next up, as I said, we'll be going into our ancestral voices. These are the messages and also the teachings that we can get from those who have been and those who are actually here with us right now. right? What can we learn? What have we learned? What has to be learned? That is the thing of the ancestral voices. The moment, the time when you just be in the listening, being in the listening. Now, I'm going to advise you because obviously I want to share with you some things that are going to be something that's going to be useful tools for yourselves. So I'm going to advise you now, right? Get yourself a pen and paper. Get yourself a pen and paper, right? And you definitely want to take notes on this one. You definitely need to take notes on this one. Okay? So, without further ado, let's go into this strong ancestral lessons. And on Blacknificent show here in the galaxy of the wind.
We are so in tune with looking at somebody. You know what I mean? This is also why we've learned to put so much importance into our appearances. Because our appearances can make or break an opportunity for us. Whether you're applying for a job, or maybe you're representing an organization, or maybe you're dating, right? First impressions last. But do you know what creates a second, more subtle, but lasting impression? It's our voice. Because from this, our brains create a whole narrative about the person who is in front of us, even without us realizing that it's happening. I bet you, from when I did my voiceover and until now, my voice is already sending all sorts of bits of information in your brain. Whatever it is that you're making assumptions about me. Oh, she's probably really credible. She's super smart. She's so intimidating. I don't know, whatever it is. But it's already doing things to your brain. Because our voice is what makes people stop to listen. Yes, I was a radio DJ for 8 years. To judge and to believe. And when you have command over your voice, people will listen, whether what you have to say is good and true or not. Julian Treasure says that the human voice is the instrument we all play and is probably the most powerful sound in the world. He goes on to say that it's the only sound that can start a war or say, I love you, succinctly laying out the duality of this power. The human voice can be a tool to incite change, and it can also be weaponized to create conflict and sow discord. Let's say political figures like Barack Obama and Donald Trump, both very charismatic, but obviously use their voices in vastly different ways. The voice is a double-edged sword we all possess. And today I will make you aware of how you can use yours. Would you like that? Okay, very good. You're so dumb. Oh, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. Do you see that? It's almost like magic. Even when saying the exact same words, the human voice can change the meaning behind anything. Think about what that can do, right? Especially when you expand that idea and grasp the fact that your voice doesn't just talk about like how you sound or how you speak, but it encompasses your character, your voice. Because what you do says so much about your values, how you were raised, and who you are as a person. Actions speak louder than words, right? And words have power. So if I listen to your voice as a whole right now, what do you think your voice would tell me about you? In my line of work as a content creator, you need to know your voice inside and out because this is the root of everything. This is where the inspiration comes from when you make your videos or whatever it is that you post. It is the reason why clients consider you for their campaigns. And it is also the root of the tone that you use when you communicate with people in your community. And a big part of my voice is responding to hate comments. My friends know this one. Yes, I know. Every time I do this, the good people ask, why? Why do you do this, Inka? People don't understand why I give the negativity attention. Who follows me on Facebook here? I'm sure you guys have seen me do that every now and then. Yes, I see people nodding. Don't feed the trolls, they say. Don't stoop down to their level. It's not worth your time, Inka. But I'm going to open your eyes to another magical property that our voices possess. It's alchemy. Do you know what alchemy is? It's the power or the process of changing lead into gold. Okay? So I don't just respond to hate comments for the sake of responding to them sometimes. Okay? What I'm doing is an attempt at alchemy. I'm taking something dull and worthless and transforming it into something that can be of value. As an example, I recently joined a fitness competition that a lot of people have supported me in, but also there's so many people who say that I don't belong there, I'm not fit enough, I'm not pageant enough, you know? And I acknowledge those comments, not to agree with them, because I don't agree with that. But I acknowledge it to take it so that I can change it, right? I can change it and flip it and instead turn it into something that can encourage people to try something new, to be unafraid to be a beginner, to take a chance at something and leap at that moment of fearlessness to do something that they've always wanted to do, but were probably scared of doing. You know, because when you think about it, people aren't born with abs, right? People aren't born knowing how to pageant walk already. They do training for that for a long time. And doing this, I want to remind people that we were all beginners at one point. And I wouldn't have been able to vocalize that if I didn't reply to these hate comments. I mean, yes, I could have just ignored them also, like what my family and friends always tell me to do. But then I would have missed the opportunity to turn a negative into a positive. Voice is so powerful, it can change history as we knew it, so it can fit the narrative of those in power. But remember that it can also do the opposite, because it's really all about the intention anyway. And so that's a good question to ask yourself all the time. What was my intention? Right? And anything that you do. And this is something, when you ask yourself this, it requires a deep honesty. No fooling yourself, no trying to make yourself feel better. There's no one in here to impress. It's just you and you. Okay? What was my intention? And so people get confused every time I post like responses to these hate comments, or when I post my failures like this. This was a challenge, a physical challenge, and I was dying of an asthma attack right in the middle. And Carl took the video, thank you. It was so embarrassing to struggle in front of all of these artists and my fellow finalists. And I was thinking, do I even post this? But then I received this comment. If it's big enough for you guys to read. Posting that video built a bridge between this woman and myself. And you know what I noticed? It's in these moments that make the strongest and deepest connections with my community. The vulnerability, the honesty, and when people can see your authenticity. Because in this world of hyper-connectivity, we can be more disconnected and divided than ever. You guys realize that? It is so easy to connect with everyone, and yet there's so many people who choose to use it to disconnect, to divide. When I was a kid, bullying used to stop when I left school. But now it's right in our hands, in our beds with us at midnight when we're trying to fall asleep. And this furthers my drive to keep responding to hate comments, within reason, of course, because I always ask myself, what was my intention in responding to them? It's alchemy. If you can only take one thing from this talk, let it be this. In anything that you do, your voice has the power to change lead into gold. You have the power to alchemically rear the negativity on its ugly head and create something that can make positive ripples. And at this point, you might be thinking, Inka, what does this have to do with me? I'm not a content creator. I don't have a following. Like, how can I apply this? I'm not a social media personality. Well, you don't need to be an influencer to have influence. Your tita who uses Facebook to repost Bible quotes can make one comment about your body, and I promise you it will influence the way you think for days. Diba? And she doesn't even have a following. She has like what, 200 friends? Also, on the flip side, someone can make a comment about your outfit or your haircut, and it'll change your mood instantly. Voice has power, and this is something that I want you to understand today. Do you know the story that goes that you have like two wolves inside of you? There. One is evil, hateful, malicious, and cruel, manipulative thing. And the other is good, compassionate, honest, and empathetic. They're rivals that all of us have inside of us, locked in this ongoing battle, this push and pull for your soul. That's what they say. And the wolf who wins is the one you feed. Now, I am by no means a saint. Okay? There are days when I feed that dark wolf a bone, a steak even. And boy, is it so fun to entertain that darker rival. Because it's so easy. It's so easy to give in to that darker wolf who makes being sinister sound like so much fun. You know, a little gossip here and there, a little cattiness towards that person, feeding the fire a little bit and all that stuff. But the thing is, when you're aware of the power of your voice, it changes. Because with that awareness comes accountability. When you are aware of the power of the weapon that you carry, it's very difficult to be oblivious to the influence that you can have over the people around you. So allow me to introduce rivals, the different components that make up your double-edged sword. Rivals, okay, that is relating, imaging, variety, authenticity, listening, and silence. First one. These are the 6 voiceover skills, by the way, that I learned as a professional voiceover talent that can be used in real-world situations. With the honing of these skills and the right combination of each of them, you can begin to enact the change that you want to see in the world. But I impart these to you with the hope that you will use this knowledge to build bridges for the greater good. Because with great power comes very good. Relating. Relating in the industry, this manifests in products or brands choosing voiceovers that sound like their target markets. Okay, for example, telco brands usually use voices that sound like young professionals or college students, okay? Get up to 1 full hour of YouTube every day with unlimited calls and texts to other networks. Diba? Parang ganun yun. What about ads for food? Paboritong pagkain ng mga bata, siguradong busog na busog ang pamilya. They sound like our mothers. When used in real-world situations, it's about sounding more like the person that you're speaking with in order to make them feel comfortable around you. This is so that it's easier for them to open up, to have a conversation, things like that. It's also sounding like the kind of person that you want to project. Like, maybe someone sweet and innocent, maybe? Or like, I don't know what I'm talking about so much. Can you tell me more about it? I don't know. Maybe you want them to like underestimate you. Or maybe you want to sound like a professor or a TEDx speaker to make the audience think you know what you're talking about. She's credible. Imagery is our next skill, or imaging. This is the ability to paint pictures with your words. 50% of the time, voiceovers don't even have an accompanying visual. So we need to rely on our voices to be able to paint the picture for the audience. This is also known as the theater of the mind. Like, if I told you about the most sumptuous bowl of ramen I've had in a while, with a broth so warm, so rich, and so thick, it filled my mouth with flavors of meat and mushroom. And with the noodles so springy, you'd think it was hand-pulled right in front of me. That is the power of imaging. It helps the listener visualize what you're trying to give them. So in real life applications, when your words can guide your audience through a cinematic experience, it'll be easier for you to convince them to come over to your side, to see your point of view. And it allows you to evoke in them whatever emotions that you want to come out. Like, now, I want you to be hungry. Did that work? Yeah, okay, good. Variety is our next one. Variety in terms of how you speak, or prosody. This is the patterns of rhythm and sound used in poetry. Now, this isn't just a way of removing monotony from your speech because it's so difficult to listen to someone who just speaks in like one tone and then you kind of get lost, right? This variety of speech also adds a kind of deeper meaning to whatever you're saying. Because depending on how you add variety to your words, you're actually highlighting different things. I didn't say she did it. I didn't say she did it. I didn't say she did it. Again, same words. Imagine something so subtle can change the meaning so drastically. So use this wisely. Authenticity. This one is very straightforward. When it comes to ads, authenticity helps build credibility for the brand. Again, when clients or brands choose voiceovers that sound like their target market, it makes it easier for the people buying to kind of trust the product. Oh yeah, because it sounds like me. Sure, I'll get that. I see myself using this. So very much like the examples I gave earlier on. The real-life applications of this, it's pretty simple. If you wish to connect with others, you need to come from a place of authenticity. Because the more natural you are, the more comfortable people will be around you. Do you know that one person that we know who's just like so weird and always like trying to like put on more than they actually are? And it's super weird hanging around them. Because you can always tell, most of the time, when someone's being authentic or not. People can feel that about you as well. Next, I would say this is the most important skill of all, listening. Because for effective communication to happen, the first step is always to listen. This skill is where all the other skills come from. And without this skill, it will be difficult to hone the others. In the real world, active listening helps you connect with others. It helps you recalibrate where you stand in terms of your opinions and values. It also helps you learn lessons for your growth. And it helps you listen to the needs of the people around you, your communities, so that you can better help them. You can be a better partner, wife, mother, sibling, friend. So listening is an important skill that will help you make a difference. And our last skill, silence. This skill is one that I learned from my dad, the guy in the blue bandana over there. He is a seasoned voiceover talent. He's hiding. He hates this. And he's a multi-awarded producer. He's really good. Pops told me that in a performance, silence is as eloquent as the words themselves. He was producing an ad one time, and the client who was there listening to him asked him, "Can we remove that pause there so that there isn't much of a gap in between the words?" And my dad was like, "No, that's part of the dialogue." And the client was like, "But she sounds like she hesitated." To which my dad replied, "Exactly." That silence was able to convey more of what that whole dialogue needed than the words ever could. Used in different doses, silence can cause varying effects. If there's too much of it, it causes unease. It's weird, unless that's what you're going for, right? You can also bait people into waiting for what comes next in your story. And you can also use silence to subtly highlight words or push ideas by sandwiching them in between pauses. As an example, there is a noticeable difference between "Hello and welcome to TEDx" versus "Hello and welcome to TEDx," right? Silence is potent. Law 4, always say less than necessary. Robert Greene and the 48 Laws of Power says that being silent makes you come across as more powerful and more intimidating, if that's the game that you want to play. But also, silence can lessen the risk of you putting your foot in your mouth. It's such a great skill to learn. Mark Twain has one of my favorite quotes about that, actually. He said, "It is better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you're a fool than to open it and remove all doubt." It's so true. Now, I don't know if you all will remember so much Rivals, right? That's all you have to remember, Rivals. But just to reiterate, remember that as with any tool or weapon, how you use your voice is completely up to you. Will you use it to perpetuate negativity, to spread misinformation, or to add to the noise and just vapid things on the internet that's just polluting our minds and spaces? Or will you use your voice to spark passion, to advocate for the voiceless, to inspire others into action, change lives maybe in the process? Or will you be silent? The choice is always yours. It is your voice after all. I can't speak for you. I can only speak to you, and I can only hope. I can only hope that you use your voices to help leave the world a little better than when you found it. So with every word, I urge you, strive to inspire. With the use of the right tone, educate with empathy. Through active listening, foster understanding, enable communication and connection. Use your whispers to calm, not to incite. Your shouts and screams to champion, not to belittle or berate. Your silence to listen, not to cower or be complicit. Remember, your voice can break barriers and bridge divides. As I said earlier, it is a tool. So please use it to build the future that you want to be a part of. So right now, I ask you, what do you want your voice to tell the world? Thank you.
Love. Oh yeah, love the treasure, a love that's really real. Like the way you make me feel. I want love to treasure, a love that's really real. You like the way you make me feel. Saw you down the street just the other day, and you took my breath away. Yeah, is it really true that you are coming here to me? 'Cause this love was meant to be. Yes, I want to love to treasure, a love that's really real. You like the way you make me feel. I want to love to treasure, a love that's really real. You like the way you make me feel. 'Cause I've been hurt before, had to walk around down, 'cause I couldn't stand the pain. Yeah. If you're gonna treat me like the other love, then it's best you just pack your things and walk out the door. I want to love to treasure, a love that's really real. Get out the way, you make me feel. Don't love to treasure, a love that's really real. Get out the way, you make me feel. Wow.
Mastering your voice.
Now don't you behave like those.
Like how we do this on the Galaxy. Up here with.
Cause I want you to be, baby, my other. Yeah. You give me diamond rings. You say you give me everything. But you know that's not my price no more. Want love to treasure, love that's really real. Get out the way, you make me feel. I want love to treasure, love that's really real. Get out the way, you make me feel. I want love to treasure, love that's really real.
Welcome back after our midday meditation on the Galaxy after we.net. Oh, yeah. That's our brother Nereus. Nereus, Joseph, ancestor as he is right now. But his voice is so predominant right here on the Galaxy after we.net. That's true. Alright, let's cool you off. Cool you off. Alright, Nereus. Alright, brother Nereus. Are you that, man? Are you that? There you go. Nereus Joseph. Oops. Hold on. Taking down my cards here. Cards of inspiration. Anyhow, welcome back to the Blacknificent show here on the Galaxy of we.net. Woo! Ancestral voices. You know, as I was reviewing some of the material, that one there, wow. It really sung out to me right there now. It really sung out to me because obviously I want part of this Blacknificent thing here is that we share the skills that we have, because it's not only me, it's a we thing, Ubuntu. I am because you are, and because you are, therefore I am. Inspired by many out there, and I know I do mention like the ones who call in and the messages that they bring to us as the Galaxy family. Actually, let me just give out the number there as well, for those who want to join in the conversation right here on the Galaxy. Right, 074 953 60, right? Also 0203 576 1986. Okay, and also 0203 289 6504. So you can text in as well on the 079 47479 219. If you're not able to have a conversation straight away, ask us questions as well, right? Also, we are live, right? As I am doing this thing as well live on the Facebook and also on the YouTube as well, the Blacknificent Radio Show on those two mediums right there. So while we can, also I'm doing a little thing on the Tickety Talk as well. So if you go on there and you go Blacknificent Radio Show, say, or Blacknificent, say you can find me on there as well, right? So you can do all your likes and whatever what we're doing on there. Put your questions through that medium as well. Whichever way we're going through. Right. I am eagerly anticipation of waiting for our sister Sandra, right? But I'm not going to wait on it before I make the thing here. Oh, life calling on you. the period of the transition. Lord of mercy. We attended recently. I attended recently a service 9 night to our sister Shusha, right? And it was over near the Croydon area. Rastafari house, and even in attendance there. Now, obviously, each house up their things there, and what we feel say should be in it is not necessarily what is going to be there. But I will mention this very briefly. Because obviously, built on the foundation of where they come from, that each one have their own foundation of what they're thing. And it's kind of, like most of the Rastafari is very liberated in their thinking and their acts and how they interpret how they should be acting and everything else. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's how I've been shown how to be liberated in my way. And one of my things is, and it's been a thing that I've had for a very, very, very long time. And I'll tell you where it started from. It started from when I was a child, right? I was about 12, 13 at the time. And they used to have this thing called Reader's Digest, right? What these people used to do, they used to send you books, right? Like a monthly or bi-monthly book, and it would be made up of like different stories or articles that people have submitted into the Reader's Digest, and they into this book, and they would send it to you. Now, obviously, it would be on a, it would be there, but along with that, they would send other books. Now, how they would catch you is that if you don't return it, they would want to charge you. Yeah? Okay. So, every now and then you would get a book turn up and you think, oh, what's this? What's that? What's this? I'm not interested in that. And you return it or not or whatever, right? So you'd get all these books coming into your house and everything, Anyhow. So one of these books was about Freemasonry. This book here, was about Freemasonry. And I thought, oh, let me read this now. Remember now, my mother at the time, anything and everything that come through that door, she would vet it. And if it was anything in contrary to her beliefs at the time that she was following, then it would be destroyed. It would be right out, burn up, eradicated, right? Because I remember I got a book. I had a book there, and it was on art. No. Sorry. No. My book was on was a music book, so it had a load of different songs in it and everything, But he had some of them album cover, there, a bit dubious and that. When I pick up the book, when I pick up that book there, the music book, a couple of months later now, I'm going through it, and I see that some of the picture them, they get painted over, blackout, blackout. And I say, and I look on it, and I say, wait, how this happen? And I realized that I'm a mother that, right? So she could have tear it out. She could have tear it out. But no, she black it out. anyhow, that is what she was under at the time. So I know say that this thing here about Mason can't be found. It can't be found, cannot be seen in the house. So even with that, I had to put that book to one side and hide it up in the bottom of my wardrobe and everything. But at the same time, I was reading it through. Gave me an insight into what the masonry is about, what some of the rituals, what they go through, the why they go through it, and everything else. Anyhow, my father, he was a mason now. So when he was trying to see if I would be interested, I telling him about it. I tell him about what I know about it. And he said, "How you know about these things?" And I said, "Well, I have a book." I said, "Hey." So when they dropped me down now, he got to my mother and he said, "Yo, he has a book in here about the Masons." So obviously they said, "Go get it." So I go and get the book. And he take the book and he gone with it. Right? And I thought to myself, well, boy, you know what? It's a book that everybody and anybody can read. So what's the problem? It's not one of your secret book, what you say that you have all of them things there. But obviously, what I learned from that book and what I shared with him, it touched him. Right? So symbolisms, this is what I'm talking about, symbolisms right now. Where do I see those symbolisms? Right? And I've seen so many of those symbolisms around. Right? Okay, I left it like that. I've seen so many of those symbolisms around. And you know, when you attune yourself to seeing and identifying certain symbols, you might not know exactly what it means, but you know, say yes or no, right, or whatever. And if you have to look it up, you look it up. It's like when you look on certain prints on clothing, right? And I'm talking about like t-shirts, you know, everyday t-shirts, right? And how they do certain prints. Oh, it's just a design, you know, just to make it look good, and all them things there, right? Be careful and mindful of who and what you're carrying around on you, you know. Be careful, right? And the reason why I'm saying to be careful is because it will invoke that type of spirit and those type of vibrations out as you wear it. Right? I know say that some of us have these adornments of different beads and things like this around us and all them, right? Symbolisms of those things there, right? Spiritually charged items. I'm going to say it again. Spiritually charged items. Don't think they say it's just a fashion thing that you are dealing with, you know. Please don't think say that it's just fashion business you are dealing with. Right? We must be aware of what and who we are representing. You hear me? Right? So those who know. Those who don't know will go on with their foolishness there, and they don't even know what they're representing. Right? This is why I do my libations. I'm aware of the different orishas. I'm aware that there are different places like the Latin Americas, right? Like the Africas, that call on possibly the same entity of those Orishas, but they may approach it in a different way. I'm aware of that. So when I hear these names and I see these adornments or representations around, I'm aware of this. I'm aware of it. Right? And you know whether to or not to involve yourself in the gathering that is probably as a representation of that, because it could be a celebration of some some kind, right? It's not just a dance up Mardi Gras business that you deal with in some of these cases. Okay? So even in our search for peace, even in our search for unification, I would say that we have to be aware of what we're putting ourselves into, even now. Even now. And of course, very importantly, those who are leading those things as well, that they are people of proper integrity. Right? Not that they qualify, their qualification, but even a person who's living a purity and integrity towards a betterment is very important. Be mindful of that. Please be mindful of that. The reason why I want to bring this one up, because as I say, I have attended that 9 night. And on the wall was the picture of the King of England. And even as I saw it, I thought, why? Why? And I couldn't ask anybody right there. So why that was there. But it was there. And even when I mentioned it to others, they had noticed it as well. So it's still a question to be asked, why you would invite that person in the midst of such a place that we would see as a place that would be for us. Them ways there. But anyhow, because I know said both there was a lot of houses or homes in the Caribbean that the Queen would be sitting there right in the front room along with everybody else. So, we have to be aware of that too. Anyway, welcome, my sister Sandra. Welcome from the sunny side of the world. And I can happily say we are cooking nicely, yes sir, too. We are cooking up nicely, yes sir. Oh.
Well, I always figure that you do have the odd days of sunshine, and that's the challenge of that size. So greetings, Blacknificent family. I'm just so pleased and happy and gracious to be here. And the thing is that, and now I'm looking back and I'm reflecting, not to take anything for granted, because the sun today doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be sun tomorrow. So we need to live in the present. We know that in the UK, sun doesn't last it can last for an hour, it can last for 24 hours, or it can last for 36 hours. And it may, if we're lucky, last for 7 days. Great.
That's true. Yeah.
Outside of that, we have other seasons, and it's to be present in those seasons and not look and think, oh, well, I'm hoping that it's going to be sunny tomorrow. We know tomorrow doesn't come, but we know that if we're present in terms of today, we're going to just enjoy the sunshine for today. Do what we can do in the outdoors and enjoy that sunshine.
Look, as I hit that door, it was, when you when you go for a steam bath,
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you just look forward to just getting into that steam bath, no matter what the heat, brother. And you feel body and your body just brace yourself. Here we go,
Mm.
right? And then you just let off a sweat.
Mm.
That is what it was like, just opening the front door this rising. Yes, sir.
Mm. Mm.
I
Mm.
was hot inside the house, and then when I reach outside, there's a different thing again. I go, "Whoa, hello, life."
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Even
Mm.
the plant, them a cover from the heat because they never know something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
It's then to, like I said, just be mindful and just to give thanks, because that was the feeling I used to have when I was traveling. This is back in the day when you could literally stand on the tarmac
Mm.
and
Mm.
the plane door would open and you'd get that whoosh and you'd feel
The most
you'd
the most
sense the
beautiful feeling.
smell. Yeah, there's just a feeling that you just want to bottle,
Yeah.
in terms of, yeah, I arrive and I
Yeah,
can
man. Yeah, man. When they open that door there, yes, aye, right now.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think the only thing that they need to do is put a jerk pan by the entrance, and everybody would that would sell it to everybody. There was a jerk pan right there, sir. Lord, you'll be a millionaire overnight.
Mm, mm. Yeah, that wouldn't be, you would be, yeah, inundated.
Yeah,
You speak about that, and that's just a really nice segue in terms of, yeah, so Galaxy family, you know where I am.
man.
So it's 50 years since our good friend Mr. KFC has been in Jamaica. I didn't realize it was that long.
Oh, KFC?
Yeah,
I
50,
did. I didn't know that. I didn't.
50 years.
Yeah.
So they done a promotion.
Mm-mm.
That's the exact, that thought. You can picture that promotion.
Yeah. Wildness. Wild.
The fact that as people of color, we do
Mm,
have a propensity to eat chicken.
mm.
Chicken with KFC's unique recipes with the added spices that you don't get in the UK. Add that to the mix.
Mm.
So as I'm walking towards, because I was doing a presentation yesterday, as I was walking towards my presentation, I'm walking faster than the cars, so I figured there must be something happening in town. Not knowing what it was,
Roadblock.
I got to my destination and they
Yeah.
mentioned it, and I thought, oh well, yeah, it's gonna calm down by the time I'm coming back. But I'm being nosy now, so I walked back so I could see what was happening. So when I walked back, I was thinking to myself, I know where the front door is, and I know where the windows are, but I could see neither because
Yeah.
of the amount of people. So it's like they were celebrating Christmas, Easter, all the holidays, all the birthdays in one.
One.
So then when I arrived home, I'm staying up by my cousin, so I'm in a different location. So I don't tend to watch the news, but he watches the news. So then they were talking about, because I didn't realize it was 50 years. So then they were showing different stores in different parts of Jamaica. It was exactly the same pandemonium. People are queuing for 3 hours for
Yeah. For chicken.
that's only to get into the door. Once they get into the door, there's another queue.
Mm.
And they were showing excerpts in terms of the store saying, oh, we can't, the delivery time or the wait time once you're inside is 2 hours.
Jeez.
Or the wait time is, we can't actually deliver any more produce because
Yeah.
they're selling out left, right, and center. So the deal was,
Them still out?
they were selling out. So you buy one meal and they give you
A
something,
token of yeah.
give you another meal free. So everyone's buying one meal in order to get the other one free, and then they're buying for their friends, their brothers, their sisters. They're doing relays, as in, I'm inside. So if I'm inside, I'm going to buy for you and you and you and you. Just give
Yeah.
me the money, pass me the money. It was just pure pandemonium.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
two things that struck me in relation to that.
A, we like our chicken, but I know we like our chicken. But B, if there's something that we want enough, we're prepared to stand there in the hot sun. Some of these spaces, it was hot sun. There is no shade or very little shade.
No, be a son.
But people are prepared to stand there.
Mm.
It seemed like some of them were prepared to, if it was going to take, one man got there from 6 o'clock. I don't, what the presenter should have done, or the interviewer should have done when they spoke to him, is just to check in on what time it is now, because it was 6 o'clock. Daylight was high, so it must have been about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock when he was speaking to him. Why did you get there at 6 o'clock? Because I wanted to get my chicken. There was fight in some of those, in the way people are battling, and I'm thinking to myself, why?
Yeah.
There are some things that we're going to stand up for, but there's so many things that we fall down for. There's so many things that you think to yourself, if it's politics and there's going to be an election at some point between now and, it needs to be between now and October. It's not been called yet, but everyone's jockeying for position.
Last minute business them I deal with.
Well, they're going to do it at the last minute. At the moment, they're doing a lot of politicking in terms of, we've been here for so long and this is what we've done, yada, 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 yada. But there's not going to be that many people fighting to put their X on the cross.
Exactly. Real world issues.
They're going to be getting fed, but even with the getting fed, there's still not going to be that many people fighting. There's not that many people that are fighting to say, let me do something for my environment. There's not that many people fighting to say, let me do something for the youth them. There's not that many people fighting that's going to say, you know what? When I'm walking past you, I'm not going to treat you like you're a stranger. I'm going to just say, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, grand rising, source love. They'll be greeting you, but we're going to fight for chicken.
I know I'm laughing about it, but it's a very, very true thing what you're saying, right? What is your priority?
Yeah.
You know? And the thing is that look upon what the Caribbean is famous for, right? Their own unique foods, right? Which is far superior
exactly
to this deep fried sitting. Right? Far superior.
I'm thinking to myself,
already.
Well, before I'd realised it was 50 years and that was the reason why they were doing it, I was thinking to myself, because they were talking about it as a promotion, I'm thinking to myself, but there are so many opportunities. Well, what they're doing is then you've got almost, because there were so many school children, I think as school let out, they were there. And all the other spaces, there were always young people in pram, children in pram, parents and whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, we're just teaching them how not to eat.
And well, you know, one of the things that's on my mind, remember, all these places is not Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know. Those units are franchises.
Franchises.
You understand? Right? So that means that somebody has paid out for the franchise to open up a Kentucky Fried Chicken wherever it is, whatever, right? And then, but the supply of the chicken and whatever the ingredients and everything, whatever they're selling, is bought through the Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, not all the time, brother.
Right. Oh, so I apologize. Yes, brother Ade. Let me just bring you, brother Ade, onto this. Hold on. Let me just get your volume right, and then come. All right, come true, bro. Come true, my brother. I apologize.
How you doing, brother Ashton? You good there?
Yes, we're doing fine, and Sister Sandra is with us as well. You know.
Okay, nice. This is the first time I'm speaking to Sister Sandra. Yeah. You were talking about Kentucky Fried Chicken. I think that you mentioned about franchise. But not necessarily, because some of the ones that are Pakistani owned, they actually allegedly they use halal meat.
Right.
Not necessarily chicken is direct from America.
Right.
I didn't even know Colonel Sanders. That's his real name, isn't it? Colonel Sanders.
Say that again. Say that again, please.
So I believe his name was Colonel Sander. Is in the KFC, Colonel Sander.
Yeah, Carlos Sanders. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like a Jewish. I'm like a Jewish man. Although it looked like looking at the picture of him, he might have a bit of Africa.
Well, oh, hold on. What have I done there? Just a moment. I don't know what I done there. You know, there's obviously something. Are you still with us, brother? Hold on. It's sounding like he's. Hold on. Right, he's calling. Let me see. Hold on. You know what I've done? I'm gonna have to ask him to call back in on for me.
Okay. No, I don't know his heritage, other than the fact that he was an American. I don't know.
Yeah.
Heritage.
Yeah. Sorry about that, my brother. That was my fault. That was 100% my fault there. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that something funny was going on. Yeah, just like I was saying, the whole essence of it is not what I think it came in the mid 70s, to 75, 76 or something like that. Okay, that's when the Kentucky's actually. But I must say, in the early days, I did enjoy a little bit, from time to time. But I wouldn't say something that we eat, nowadays. As you say, it's gone into different hands, mainly Asians.
As I say, like anything like that, right? As I was about to say, is that anything like that, right? Is not necessarily the big overall branding of who is a supplier. Everything there is a subsidiary. So therefore, there are franchises which you buy into, you invest into, right? Because I recall like the other one what's the other one? Subway. There was a Subway they saw as well. You know, most of those little things there, the Maccadees and all them things there, they're all franchises. You understand? So, but as I say, my thing now, right, is why are we so quick to run to those? Meanwhile, we have authentic food. And like as our sister Sandra was just about to talk into, right? The quality of our food and sustaining our people, right, is far superior than what these franchises are offering. You understand?
So, yeah. But then again, she mentioned the environment. Environment is very important. I'm a person of nature. I never can't go anywhere where it's not green.
Okay, let's allow Sister Sandra to bring her point of discourse on this, and then I'll bring you back in. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, my Sister Sandra.
So my thought was, we are teaching the young people and the people in general the wrong way to eat, because a lot of these, in terms of KFC, some of the beauty about it that I recognized for myself was the salt and that type of content, and the spices. So that means you put it all together and you think to yourself, yes, this is a nice piece of chicken. But then if you put it down, the salt content is high. You're encouraging me, because and I'm going to speak about my cousin's daughter. When we were in the States, and she was making what was she making? She was making macaroni cheese. And this is so she's adding it per the box, and then she added sugar to it. And I'm thinking, that's not how I would make macaroni cheese. It shows how
people don't put sugar in it.
It shows how her young palate at an age has changed. And I was talking with my cousin the other day, so I'm just going to bring this home. So when my mother was alive, God rest her soul, he said that she taught all of the man them around that was in the shop next door how to eat differently, because she wouldn't add sugar and she wouldn't add salt. And And she said at first when she would offer him food, he'd eat it because he was being polite. But then over the years, he ate it because he wanted it. It wasn't being polite because his palate had recognized that when I get food,
that's right. Realization.
you're going to be getting the sugars. I'm not going to be getting the salts, the copious amounts of flavorings, which also has salt in it. So it changes your palate. And he said all of the man them there started to eat differently because of that.
Yeah.
But my mother was an elder to them, so she didn't grow up. She's going to look for seasoning. She's going to create her own. She's going to go pick her peppers.
Real italist.
Yeah, and blend it together and with the oil and the vinegars, and then but there's no salt going in there because it doesn't need. There's no sugar going in there. It doesn't need to be.
Yes, brother Ade, come in.
Yeah, I think it's all down to laziness because what she's talking about there, you can do it at home. You can use sweet potato chips. You can use yam. You use yam as well. Do it yourself. You just do it. You know, and it tastes better. It's not as greasy. I mean, I prefer rather than the deep fryness which they use in Kentucky outlet. You could put it in the oven, just a standard oven, gas oven, and you get the same result. And it tastes even better. Well, you know, I do it for my children, for my grandchildren all the time, and they're great. They're always great that you become what they call that Italian Aldozelli, or what they call the Egonrone, you know, the chefs. Yeah, they enjoy it, you know.
So you're looking for your cordon blue badge now.
He's looking for stars. His Michelin stars.
You know, cooking itself is about being inventive, isn't it? You know, you can create things. You know, you don't have to eat junk food. You know,
I know that they coined the phrase of soul food, right? And that is literally what it was. Is that each one had their own taste and their own ingredients, what they put to their food, you know, and that was the authenticity of our foods, right, and how it fed us, right. Let me just share with you something, right. There is a time when people used to fall ill, right, and they would be ill in like the Americas, in the UKs as well. And what would happen is that they would go home on holiday, you know, like the summer holiday type of thing, and then they would come back rejuvenated and revitalized. Why? Because they were eating authentic foods, prepared in the authentic way, right? But the fact is that unfortunately we are addicted, right, to the processed foods, right? Even the foods that don't have no nutritional value. You understand? They even feed us on a regular basis food that is not supposed to be consumed by us as human beings, right? But for cattle, right? They feed that to us on a regular basis.
Yeah, fertilizers. Yeah. Fertilizers.
Right? So therefore, when we grow up, when we're up and we're going, oh yes, let's go get some chips. Oh yes, and the thing is that it's not chips. It's not made from potato. It's made from cornstarch, right? Or other form of extract, right? It's not even supposed to be consumed. You understand? You might as well eat the package because you probably get more nutritional value from that. Yeah? But
I'm sure you will agree with us. And if you were back in Jamaica, okay, I was back in Africa, right? I live by the land. You know, you live by the land. I'm surrounded by sea. If I want to catch any fish, I just throw one onto the road into the sea, and I'll catch salmons, I'll catch addebots, crabs, and everything. I live in the land.
As you go through this journey, of like self-awareness, and then you realize in that self-awareness process, you analyze what you're eating, right? There's a book that Elijah Muhammad, peace be on him, wrote, right? You are what you eat. Yeah?
I remember that book. I read it a few times.
Right. You are what you eat. And then even in that, it's an awakening. As you go through that, it's an awakening, right? Imagine now when you look at some of the things that we love: lobster, shrimp, crab, right? All them things there. What do they eat? They eat the dead and breakdown of your effluence.
Yeah.
That's what they eat. Right? So you are what you eat. So if you're eating them, what are you eating? You get me? Right? And if you can get through that through your mind, right? And then you think, oh gosh, okay, I can't eat that. I don't want to eat that. Right? But you want to go through further. What are others eating? Right? And that's just the organics. Let alone if you want to go totally ital, right? With the foods that are being sprayed by chemicals and everything else, right? You could scare yourself into a corner where you won't eat anything. But the fact is that we do the best that we can do. And like what you're saying, Brother Ade, right? One thing that as we was growing up as a young man, them African boy that come to our school, right? Just come off of the plane to our school. Man, they were twice as strong as what we were. You understand? They were twice as strong as what we were. We said, oh, this is possible. You know? They were man before they were even boy.
I mean, you mentioned blooming. I mean, I got apple trees. From the day I bought this house, there's always been an apple tree and a pear tree. You know, so I mean, they're blooming. You know, they'll be ready. Well, I think usually early August.
That's right.
Know?
That's right.
So,
yeah.
You know, so
in the fall is when they come.
You know.
Yeah.
I used to set myself up with a small grain grocer. You know, I tell the Indian man and the Irish come and pick them. Yeah, that's what I know when they do, Brother Ashton. And I charge them.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, just bring. Listen, you know what we used to do, because like in the home that I had over in Barking, we had pear tree and apple tree there. So anything that we didn't have, that we didn't want, right? We just take it up to the square, and just leave it there in like small boxes or whatever. People who want it can come and take it.
Yeah. That's another way to do it. That's blackberries. You know, those things that goes wild that quickly. You can't let children pick them. You have to use gloves. Yeah, they grow wild. They're everywhere. You know,
that's right.
London. You know, so they're food about food is all about sourcing food. To get fresh food, especially back home.
Listen, I remember many a time I used to be when I was a young man. We used to go around and eat them raspberry. Remember the raspberry them? Oh my gosh! Anytime we find one of them, it was like locusts. We was onto that. Yeah, you understand, right?
But nature is very, very important for our health anyway. Yes. You know, we have to leave all the junk food, you know, and leave more about the land. But unfortunately, it's over here, especially in London, Brother Aston. Yeah, sometimes you have to travel outside London. No, you know, if you want fresh products and fresh eggs and things like that, you know, you have to travel outside London to get all these things. Most of their food, most of it, 75-80% of the food is processed.
Yeah, you know? Well, most of it is not. A lot of them wouldn't even know what tree looked like when them see the fruit just standing right beside them. They wouldn't even know. But there's one lesson that I learned for myself, right? We're talking about, like as Sister Sandra, the salt content of the foods. When I was working in the Netherlands, I was working in Belgium and I was staying in the Netherlands. Right now, the Netherlands, they're very how can I call it? They're very aware of the holistic living over there. So they put in a lot of like laws and guidelines for serving of food and processing of certain foods as well, right? Salt was one of those things that they banned. You couldn't put additional salt into certain things. So first time I ever taste saltless butter, it tastes like lard to me.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's like, it tastes like lard.
Mm.
I said, what is? Right? And they said, that is butter. And then like when the way how they explain it, because this is what butter tastes like when you don't put all of these additives into it. And I go, rock stone.
Wow.
Right? And like when obviously staying there for a few months, you get used to the not having additional salt and things like this into your food and whatever, right? And then coming back to England, God, I was almost gagging on some of the foods that I was actually eating as a regular thing.
Let me ask you quickly. Let me ask you. Yeah, you're talking about in the West India community. Is it correct? So with spice bomb, Edam cheese, is that correct? The best. They're Dutch, and they Edam cheese. Am I correct?
Right.
In the Caribbean
I would have to say I wouldn't know because I don't eat cheese.
Yeah, I don't eat cheese, but I know that because I remember I was buying, the West Indian, the spice bomb, right? And the man was advising me, he said the best cheese to eat it with. Just to try something different. He says Edam cheese. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised with that. I wouldn't, because like my mother, she prefers them that eat cheese there.
Anyway, let the other caller come call in, and I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's quite popular cuisine. When they're eating the spice bomb, Edam cheese, they reckon it's the best. Although I'm like you, brother, I'm not a fan of cheese.
I don't eat cheese like that.
I like goat cheese though.
Yeah,
goat cheese, but very, very mild. Not the strong one. No, when it's over mature, when it's mild and soft, nice. So it's all expensive stuff. Anyway.
Okay.
Carry on with your show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to speak to you, Sister Sandra.
Likewise, brother.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So like, when we look on things like this, and what, as I say, when I was younger, we used to admire them African boys because they come strong. Why? As I said, it's like them turn man before them even turn man. And it is because of the foods that they were eating.
Because we are what we eat. And as much as Brother Adi was saying, and you've just mentioned, a lot of the foods that we're eating are processed. So I would just encourage the brothers and sisters who are able to find a local allotment if you've not got space to plant for yourself. So we recognize that you're not going to be able to plant all the foods that you want. The climate or because of this or because of that. If you've got a backyard, make use of some of the green space. If you've got a balcony, make use of some of the space and get pots, and you can plant so many things in pots. And if that doesn't work for you, then go find your local allotment and make friends, have a conversation, because a lot of the things that the individuals plant on the allotment, they can't eat it all. They will share it amongst each other, but they may also help to say, you know what, as much as I've got this long strip here of 25 yards or whatever, I can't manage it. But if me and you together, we can work it. I may be able to come down in the mornings, you may be able to come down in the evenings, and come weekends or whatever, we can work together. But we can then plant some peppers, we can plant some this, we can plant some cabbage, some that, the whatever. Start to have those conversations.
One of the things that I see as well, because as you rightly said, these allotments and things like this, befriend somebody in there who's got one. If you can't get, because obviously that is over here in London, it's like far and few between if you can get an allotment, right? Because it is the trend now. It is the trend, right? But even though the same foods that you're eating in your house, replant the seeds, take out the seeds out of there, dry them out, and replant them, and see if they will regenerate themselves, and eat the fruits as well. Get into the regular. Teach the young people how to do this as well. If you have young people around you, teach them how to do them things as well, right? Also, and I think it's very important because we're coming up to that period of time where the youngs are literally um coming to the holidays, and we know say it can be food is expensive now, right? We've had a big surge, we've had a big surge of the pricing of foods and everything at this time, right? Over here, right? Not scarcity, not scarcity. It's only that they just want to push more profit upon themselves and all them things there. But even if that is the case, how can you save? By obviously um, preparing food at home, and also like bulk, not bulk, but doing pre-prepared meals as well, right? Now, one of the things as well, because obviously children can be fussy. Children can be very fussy, right? But if they are involved in the process of purchasing the goods, preparing it, and cooking it, and then putting it into the packaging, right, to eat like a few days later or whatever, I feel that they would be more receptive of eating those foods because they have prepared it themselves, right? In preference to, oh, what is that? Oh, I don't know. But if they know, right, then they will be, I feel that they will be more receptive towards that, you know? So encourage them, do the preparation with them. And even at some time, you just say, hey, what? Go and make 4 days preparation of food, right? For us as the family. Go ahead. Let me see how you can do it then, because you expect me to do this every time. You expect me to do it. So let me see how you got to do it then. I mean, want you know?
Well, that said, because over the last, at the beginning of June, beginning of June, I went with the Maroon Council and others within the community to Woodside. Woodside is a area where the Taino people live.
Taino, yeah.
Taino, so the original people who came there before the man landed on the rock. And they celebrate their new year on the 1st of June, or at the beginning of June. So it was beautiful being there and being in that space. That's the first time I've been there, and every year the council members, the colonel, will go down there and support them exactly the same as they support Moortown and or Charlestown or Scots Hall. So whilst we were down there was a man selling some peas. So he'd obviously planted his peas, he put them in a bundle, and he was selling them. And at first I was and I was thinking, should I, shouldn't I? In the end, I thought, okay, so I'm going to go buy some. So I bought some, shell them, but there were some that were growing as I was shelling them. So I thought, you know what, let me see how this goes.
Yeah, exactly. They show life, just use it.
So I put some in the earth, and they're coming up very, very nicely. It's just recognizing that, you know what, sometimes when we are eating our foods, exactly as you said, Brother Aston, we need to take the opportunity. And one of the things that we can, if we're mindful enough, that if the seed doesn't grow, we may need to think about the type of food.
Exactly.
Some of these foods are one lifespan, and it shouldn't be so, because they get seeds for a reason, or they get, as in the peas, some of them will sprout depending on how much they've germinated. So I'm just looking at the watering them. Yesterday was a really beautiful day, so we had copious amounts of rain on and off throughout the day, so I didn't water them. I'm not down there today, so I don't know what's going to happen. But when I go back tomorrow, I know that I'm going to add some water to the peas, to the tomatoes, to the other vegetables that I'm just starting to come to, because it makes things, it just tastes different. You notice the difference of the taste of the pesticide or the additives, which we was even having a conversation, because I did pass down by my cousin in Ochi, and they're from the States, and then they said that they didn't realize that when you buy the foods and it's nice and shiny, that they didn't know how much wax was on the foods. Because when we bought some lemons, Sharon wanted to make a lemon drizzle cake. She makes nice cakes out of Scott.
Yeah. You have to take that rind up. You have to take that wax off the rind before you enjoy that night.
In hot water to get rid of it, and even after that, I thought to myself, you know what, this is really hard work. I bought some apples, and it's because I bought the apples, but everything had to be washed first, and it wasn't just a quick wash. This is like hard work washing to show you how much wax was on the foods, and it looks pretty when it's in the supermarket, but that's the type of things that we're ingesting and thinking is normal.
I think it was Sister Jasanre, right? She mentioned, right, that you could get some fruits, right? And she said that she observed this thing, that she had some fruits and she put it in the fridge. She said she forgot all about it. And then she went back there like 7 days later, and the fruits were just the same like when she bought it on the 7 days ago. She go, but that's wrong. That's wrong.
On so many different levels. So many different levels. That's
right. It's in it.
But we get used to it now as the norm. So when we're thinking to ourselves, okay, how our parents and our foreparents were living, food that they were eating and or consuming, and the value of just going up to a tree and picking something off of the tree. Like I said, you've got an opportunity and you've not got a allotment, go and make friends with somebody on the allotment. Have a conversation so that you can start to appreciate food on a different level. And I know you were saying in terms of the chicken, and I think for me that's some of the reasons why things such as air fryers and stuff like that are being sold in copious amounts up and down the world, because we are now thinking about the deep frying and so much in terms of frying, it's not good for us.
Yeah, because like one as much as what we like. Well, I like technological development, but that microwave there, oh gosh, my gosh. Listen, they've been scamming people with that microwave for years, right? And even now, they still are using that as probably one of their main tools of food destruction. I'm gonna call it that, right? Because you go to a restaurant, 90% of the time you're gonna encounter the microwave. Yeah. Right? Obviously, to prepare a proper meal, you're talking of good 40 minutes to an hour to prepare a proper meal, right? If you're into going into the restaurant, you put your order in, right? And then 20 minutes later, this food is in front of you. Guarantee that's a microwave move, right? But even if that is the case, right? Are you willing to pay that extra for a properly prepared meal?
Well, that's going to be only if you go down to your. I was going to say if you go to your restaurant, but even then, because you don't know what's happening behind closed doors, some of the food may have been cooked fresh and be heated up in a pan, and you've just got there at the time when it's just been cooked. But if you're getting there an hour later or 2 hours later, and that rice and peas was fresh this morning, this rice, it was hot.
And it does taste so much different.
Yeah, by the time you get there, it's no longer hot. They're not going to heat it up, so they're going to take out a small portion. And unfortunately, what they will do is put it in, like you say, the microwave. I recognize then that if it's a Chinese establishment, they may put it in a smaller portions in a wok and heat things up. But then some of the sauces and the seasoning that they use again takes it to that palate where you think to yourself, that's very salty. It's been over seasoned to the point whereby from a salt content.
They have their additives as well. They have their additives as well in that way of like what they put in there, because of, if you ever go into their supermarket or their markets and you see what is that? You know, some powders and things what they put in there. And you think, what is that? Yeah. But that's how they acquired their palate to what they needed. And remember, they went through a tremendous famine as well. So that is why their taste variety is so varied, right? This is why they will eat grasshopper and all them things there, right? Because
they wanted it was a preservation thing.
That's right. You know, so you know when you think of it, is if you said, all right, then to go to a Caribbean place and put grasshopper on the plate there, so you think people gonna just start grab it up? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You know, so in that way there, you have to be aware of history first of all, right? And how people's palate have adjusted to that. Cow and pig wasn't the only thing that we used to eat, right? Right. Basically, most things that moved, we would in one way or another eat those things as well, right? Along with the vegetables and everything like this. I know that there's going to be some who say, "Well, we never used to eat meat, so." Right? I'm going to tell you now, you're right. You're right. Because I can see the distinct difference between how I used to eat when I was a young child, right, to what I eat now. Right? I mean, sport as I am or have been, right? You know, my eating habits are completely different to what I was when I was a child. I mean, Wimpy was like a once a year business. You know what I mean? Right? Not an everyday business like a lot of you young people are do. Right? This, you know what I mean? Kentucky Fried Chicken. Hey.
You'd have to travel to get to it. I remember there used to be one in Thornton Heath, and that used to be there on its own for years. And then I think there was one in Streatham. But that said, now the young people are sitting at home and putting something in the phone, so they don't even have to leave their house to get it.
Exactly. Regular business that.
Yeah, they're calling a man and he comes on a bike or a woman on a bike, and they just go to their front door and take it from him and head over. And you think to yourself, "Wow, this is how it's moved on." But it's just to be mindful of the food and to be conscious then that food-wise, we are what we eat.
I understand. Right.
Family, you can join our conversation. We are on 0749539560.
Yes. Yeah, you can come in on there as you hear that the phone lines are open in that way there, so right. Ancestral voices. Hey, I don't know if you
you're gonna need to give me a heads up.
Synopsis of that one. Okay then. Right. What we had was somebody who does voiceovers and was a radio presenter on there. And the lesson that I was looking to give to share with people, share with the listeners this strong, right, is that we are more capable of putting our message over than what we are allowing ourselves to be, right? Obviously, being aware of how and what we're saying is very important, extremely important, right? Practice, practice, practice is part of the key, part of it. And I think that is very important that we learn to express ourselves in this way, because there are many people who have so much good information that they could share, but they're not. They're not. Why? Because they've probably been spoken or talked down into a silence for themselves, of where they are left voiceless, right? And then those who have the loudest voice in the room seems to come through, and that's what you're hearing. And even if it's right or wrong, people are going along with the rhetorics that that possibly don't even support what we're talking about, right? Or moving people in the wrong direction, Donald Trump, right? Towards something that is not going to be beneficial to them,
Mm,
you know. But
mm,
for us to actually allow that to happen would be such a detrimental thing,
mm,
especially like what is happening right here today,
mm,
right? All around the world, people are stunned into silence.
mm,
Stunned
mm,
into silence. They're they're being controlled by the virtual mediums out here. In other words, the online massive. Meanwhile, it should be a revolutionary tool, in that sense of that you are hearing us as the world's population, right? Again, again, not to be falling into the trap which a lot of this media is actually really ramping itself up to, because if you're aware or not aware, a lot of it has been orchestrated and manipulated to change or to direct you in a way of thinking and behaving, right? We need to really speak up and speak our truths as well. So that's the reason why I was sharing the ancestral voices this strong, to show the power and the strength that is within all of us, and the capability of this, through of what we can do and what we can achieve. Right now, there was thing there, what she mentioned or shared with us, one of the skills, right? And it's called rivals, right?
okay.
So rivals, which would be R, would be relating, I would be imaging, and then V would be variety, A, authenticity, L, listening, and S, silence as well. Each one of those are attributes that we can incorporate in our communication. Each one of those are what we can incorporate in our communication, and that
Mm,
we should be incorporating in our communication, in a sense of that we can move in any circle, right?
mm,
Any environment,
mm,
and be comfortable to express what we want to express,
mm,
right? As a young person, no fear. There's no fear. They will say whatever they want to say, and and be right in what they're saying, because they have no limits. Right? It's only us as adults and more experienced, right, that would guide them to say yes, no, what they can say, what they can't say, right or wrong or whatever, right? But eventually they will learn how to express themselves. Yeah. Us as adults are on the other side of that. Is that we would prefer to hear it from somebody else before we say it. Right? So when something new comes in, right? We don't stand up and say, whoa, wait a minute, that's not what I feel. We wait until something fits into what we feel or something similar to that. Right? And then we might chime in, or we might shuffle and aside ourselves with a train of thought. Right? But if we spoke from the beginning of that, it could be a totally different outcome. Right? And it should be a totally different outcome, because if you are looking to build a life, build a way of life, we need to set the paradigms from now. Right? Imagine somebody declaring war in your back garden, and then you're just going to look through your window and just let them get on with it, which we're facing right now. Right? And I don't mean bang on the window. Hey, I don't mean that. I mean, get out there with your water hose and say, no, not in this place, yeah. You understand? Yeah? So that's what we have to do. We have to really be upfront now. Right? So that's why I played that ancestral voices. And that's the message that I wanted to bring through on that,
Okay. I'd need to go back to, just tell me how again I can go back to listen to the replays. That's
right. It's on the YouTube, and I put it into the Blacknificent Ancestral Voices 2025 as well. So it's within that lineup thing there, so you can review that if you want to.
Sounds like something worth reviewing on so many different levels. We often listen to the loudest person in the room, even though they're not necessarily speaking truth. They may not necessarily be resonating on our level, but they tend to take up that space. And as we get older, sometimes some of us are reluctant in order to close the conversation down. So, even in terms of what you were saying, in terms of what the sister was saying, silence is appropriate. What was the other?
Right, you got silence. Okay, I'll take it from the back and come up. Right, silence, listening, authenticity, variety, imagination, right, and relating. Right, but said it forward is rival. Right? Those are the
But there is an encouragement for us when we're thinking about how we're communicating. And I know with one of the courses which I facilitate on a regular basis, recognizing in the past we would only consume. Well, if we're thinking back to Marcus Garvey, I didn't read the paper. I listened to the paper being distilled by others.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting the paper, I'm getting the written media, the news media, and everything in between. It's literally almost like that fire hose. So at what point do I, or am I conscious enough in order for the silence, to quell noises, in order to think about or even explore, what do I think?
There you go.
It's my opinion. Because when you then start forming your opinion, if you don't turn off the noise, you're going to be stuck, and you're never able to grasp. It's almost like you're a drowning man. You're dragging at, you're clutching at straws. You're never going to have that opportunity, or you rarely have the opportunity of allowing that straw to take you to the seashore, because there's always another wave. There's always another wave, always another wave. So I love the fact that silence was there, and the reflection, because at some point we need to stop the noise. We need to turn down the dial, whereby you think about what you've heard and then make some basis, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm not here to say it's got to be this. The person who was speaking is not saying it's got to be that. In theory, they shouldn't be. They may be encouraging you on a train of thought, but then it's up to you to take that train and to do something with it. To think about then how are you then going to pass it on to another? Or whether, I think one of the thoughts that came to me recently when I was doing my facilitation is that old saying, not everything good to eat, good to talk. Because you've heard it doesn't necessarily mean then it needs to be, you need to forward it. Sometimes you hear things and you need to just to actually quell the message, because the message is not coming from a space of love. The message is coming and it's just added to the other messages. Just effectively you end up confused.
This I'm very fortunate that my mother never spoke to me in parables in that way, right? Because I definitely would have been, huh? Oh yes.
Is it fortunate or unfortunate? Because
no. Well, the thing I say fortunate, right? Because a lot of those things were always based on the environment that you were allowed to experience. Right? So you could leave. Like a person would mention a parable, right? And then you would see it in action outside of the household, right? And then you could relate to that, right? Us who are here in the UK, we not see donkey and horse a chat on street corner, right? You understand, right? You understand?
Yeah,
right?
but when you see the horse and the cow fighting, you're not supposed to get involved. That's big people conversation.
Yeah, but the fact is, you would never at that time and that you would never see that. You understand? So you wouldn't have the relatedness to that because of what? What are you talking about?
or even the other thought that came to my mind when cow don't know the use of his tail, tell boy I'll take him.
Yeah.
So right? There's things that
I'm going to tell you now. There's a lot of people who's never seen a live cow in England, right?
Yeah, but what we
steak.
But what we tend to do in the UK, and I'll speak for myself, is sometimes I take what's being said literally, but within that rhythm and within that rhyme, there's actually a lifelong message.
Of course there are.
So for me, I see the flip side. I think it's a shame that you never actually heard some of those phrases until when you visited or you moved outside of the family home. Those phrases helped keep me sane some of the time. So when I think to myself, okay, not everything good to eat, good to talk. I know sometimes I'm about to, and I think to myself, no, let me hold on to that thought, because this is the wrong space to
Exactly.
And all that I'm going to do is throw a pebble into the water and just watch it just ripple out, and everyone else has got an opinion, and it just takes everyone away from the primary goal of the talk that we're doing. When I think about it in terms of, okay, you see people arguing, you see big people having a conversation. As a younger person, you wait until when you're invited into the conversation rather than jumping in. Big people. So I understand and appreciate love, as they say,
Mm,
those sayings. And I think it was on one of these shows. This is back in the day. It was a Saturday Rising.
mm,
Or was it one of these shows? I know in terms of the radio, in terms of here in Jamaica, they do have a um, they would have a saying, and they will effectively
mm.
um,
Yeah,
still it.
because I
And
tune into that one. I tune into that on
yeah,
106, 106,
yeah, yeah.
106,
So
106
they
FM.
translate it, and some of them I know, and some of them I think, oh, I've never heard of that one, but I know I've got a book that is in. I know exactly where it is in the yard.
Mm,
And I was thinking to myself, when we do our family event next year, that's going to be one of the activities. As long as I'm there, that I
mm,
would encourage. Let's just read a few phrases and let's say who knows what,
mm, mm,
because the elders are going to know, but they're not having the conversations with the youngers. And
mm,
the youngers, sometimes we rush ahead, and if we're mindful of some of these phrases, we slow down.
mm,
We
mm,
don't look to get angry or get whatever or have an opinion.
mm.
We do the silence, we do the listening, we do the contemplation, we do our
Well,
research and feel comfortable in doing that.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. This right. The things that I've learnt over the time with those things, they obviously through songs, having
Mm,
interest, like mental music,
mm.
um, Miss Lou, Miss Lou,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And there was one that recently come, and she had she made up a set of cards with the phrases on there,
Mm,
right? One
mm.
hand can't clap or something like this,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I actually met her, and I know her to speak to and everything.
Mm,
But yeah, like even with those things there, if
mm,
I've it kind of I familiarize myself with the phrases and the sayings and everything. But
mm,
then outside of that, each island have their own sayings as well,
mm, mm,
right? So that language goes far beyond what we probably would know.
mm,
And obviously, like if you enjoyed listening to like calypso,
mm, mm,
right?
mm.
And when I say calypso, I mean like the old
Oh,
Esperantians.
yeah, so you're thinking, yes, the one whereby there is a message in the music.
Yes, yes.
The originals messages in the music back in the day, rather than the ones which are slightly.
When you're hearing them type of things there,
Mm,
you say okay, okay, and then you can relate to it, and then it is a completely different language, but
mm,
it is still a beautiful thing
mm,
because remember that when you're hearing like the griots
mm,
from Africa now, the ones what are relating all the accounts of what's happening around Africa, that
mm,
is same. It's a very similar and the same type of temperament that
mm,
they are expressing as well.
mm,
And like you know, when you're hearing, like for instance, like a Nigerian or a Ghanaian um, uh, elder speak, right? They would literally say one statement, and you think, well, what does that mean? And everybody in the place is just nodding and go, yeah, 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 like this. But there's a big half an hour story behind that one statement, you know. So in many ways, it is vital that we know and attune ourselves to those phrases as such,
mm.
right? And also because it's a developing world that we're in, have our phrases for today as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
because it is a developing, and it is still a alive language, not unalive,
Mm,
a alive language as
mm,
well, and
mm,
way of expression.
mm.
So yeah, yeah, very
I'm,
important.
I'm going to hop away, but I will be back.
Okay, dokie. Okie dokie. Actually, let's have a little 2 minutes break, and then we'll be coming back right back at you. Yeah. What we got? Come on, give me something. Okay.
These are now what's going on? What's going on? Show me why from the slumber, yeah. I am living anymore. So,
let me start.
Something's gone really wrong.
These are now what's going on? What's going on? Tell me why we need to wake up from the slumber, yeah. I am living anymore. So, every stands on and so all I need to disappear. Funjo, healing the reverence and prayer. Save us, Lord, we surely need him there. Major, when I check the paper, can't believe this is Jamaica. All woman them a kill and all, baby them a rape ya. Big man, you know have no heart or soul. All of them might get you all. Would you say? Tongues will have a confess.
Oh Lord, we need you right beside us, Father. Through the chains that bind us, no longer shall the children of the light sit back in silence. No, it can't continue so. Father, make the evil go tumbling down like the walls of Jericho.
Your personalities, your teachers. Don't you see what's going on? See what's going on? I've been calling now, not doing my people harm. That's why we are Funjo. Every stand up. Chance all I need to disappear. Funjo. Healing the reverence and prayer. Lord, we surely need him there. With the fear with the life of my little son. Them just find two in a river throw down condolence to the family. Do me none. God knows this is a spiritual showdown. The dragon them start appearing a human persona. Them a declare to them come fit take over. That's why we are chant and not send back the demon. Lucifer and him legion. You are 63 and I do the max rank for sex for the 11-year-old. That's why. And I deny say you do it when them find your DNA and you all get the TB infection. We have been called Funjo.
Be careful, my people.
Funjo.
Let's go. Let's forward to the next one. Christopher, it is.
It's not infatuation or love at first sight. It's not my imagination. What I feel inside for you. It's not a high school crush, oh no, or puppy love. It's real hard to describe, so the best words I can find to say it. What we have is better than love for me, baby. You never believe we're meant to be. My love, what we have. Love to me, baby. I never believe we're the world meant to be. Look here. It's not an old time fling, no, it's not a one night stand. And it's not so surprising. Some don't understand this feeling. And it's not by obligation, no, and it's not by choice. Thus, it's not a magical moment. Still, every moment is like a magic that's covered. Baby, yeah, I believe we're meant to be. We'll go on forever, ever and ever. We darling, inevitably, forever we're meant to be. Ooh, only once in a person's life, someone enters that makes you wonder how you ever did survive before they came into the world. But now you can fly. We have to love for me, baby. It's so meant to be. We'll be forever alone. Yeah, love for me, me. I said I never leave. All we're meant to be. Oh, said what we have much better than love for me. Oh, my darling.
Yes, that's our brother Christopher Ellis. Yes, man, are going good. Running good. Telling you. Establishing himself as an artist right there. Generational artist that, yeah. Last time, I recall going to the jazz cafe. His father, Alton Ellis, was on there, and he was obviously, going through his challenges with his sickness and ailment at the time. And the man come up there, and he sat down, and he was doing his set, and then he brought up his son, and to just see that, it was almost like that moment of handing the baton over, you know. And Alton just come up there, and Christopher come up there, and they were singing. They sang a few together where his father couldn't, do the full thing. He just step in and do the right thing and all that. And I said, "Wow, look at this! Wow, this brother, yeah." And then, like, when you in that realization that there's going to be a transition at some stage, like, I think it was about like a year later, but you could tell, because like even to do that public performance it is very draining, very draining, And anyhow, Christopher Ellis, go on, my brother, go on through. And I know that his sister is doing the same as well. So, good things still are going on. Yes, so you're back now.
I am. There's a few things that I'm sorting out. So I'm not at home. I'm in the valley, Siemens Valley, which was named so because it was just literally one of the lookout points in relation to those who aren't of the hills, who may have been coming to do the wrong. It was used as a
it was a pirate's cove. Tell them. and they where your family live too.
Well, I'm further up in the hills.
We're not part of that.
No, I'm further up in the hills. There's one of the hills where back in the day, I used to always think, how comes there's the one so, and it's a hill, and there's the one one tree on the hill.
Oh yeah.
Trees either side, no other trees around it. It's just the one tree on the hill. And then year before last, the colonel was speaking to the children and explaining that was that's called Lookout Hill or Pumpkin Hill, because from that vantage point you could see for miles. So when the English were coming up, all the slave owners were coming up or looking for anyone who wasn't meant to be part of the district or part of the area. You, as long as they were seeing you. That was the original drone. If you were placed, if you were sitting on that hill, you had your one tree that could give you some shade. But that was the original drone because you could see all around the area, all around the surrounding area.
Good one, good one, good one.
But
So,
last
that's a place for you for those tourists to go and sightsee.
yes, so there are lots of trails, and that's one of the things which they're looking to start to promote as part of the
Culture of Jamaica.
cultural heritage. Because there are lots of trails, there are lots of walks, there are lots of opportunities for those who just want to commune with, listen to, respect, overstand the nature and all that it can provide you with. So yeah, there are a number of trails, and I know you were speaking at one point in terms of doing the walk and the 2 peaks, and that's going to be in July, August. So for me, I was always saying, well, if I was in the UK, I would do it with you as well, but not likely to be there. So that would be my next best thing. But recognizing doing things like that, you need to be you need to have the proper footwear, you need to have the proper
preparation. Oh yeah, reparation.
So the footwear over here wouldn't necessarily be as stringent as the footwear over there, but you still need something that's suitable.
You need something suitable, man.
Yeah, something for the terrain.
Yeah.
But they are looking to organize that. Definitely looking to organize that, whether it be in and around in different parts of the valley, and even in other of the maroon communities. Because it being a maroon community, people want to come and see. They want to talk, they want to experience. They can enjoy the local. All right, then. They want to enjoy the hospitality, but then they also want to go walking on the trails and walk where. And for me, I also want to walk where my parents would have walked from Moortown or from Portland to St. Thomas over the hills rather than via the road.
Yeah. Have a scenic route and things.
Yeah. 2 days, 3 days, but getting literally from one part of Jamaica to another neighboring parish.
That's now that I feel that would be very interesting for me, for some of us who are into moving more with the culture, the real authentic culture. You know, that would be very interesting. Also, there's a question I want to ask you very briefly. Do you know much about Falmouth area?
No, because that's not
Is
not
that-
much. So I've been, and that was years ago. When one of my travels to this side of town.
No,
Not.
I was thinking, what would be the nearest maroon settlement around that side there, sir?
So my geography is not as good as it could be. I'm thinking. You're saying Falmouth is in the nearest one. It's literally in the middle of. So that means probably no. The nearest one's probably going to be Charlestown.
Charlestown. Okay.
It's going to be, or it actually might be the Taino village. Woodside.
Okay. Yeah,
That's going to be possibly the
I
closest.
I have a neighbor who's there.
I say that is because it's literally, it's in the middle. It's going to be too far away from Come to me. It's going to be too far away.
Okay, because I was, as I say, I got a neighbor who's going out there soon, right? And I said you should look to visit one of the maroon village out there. Yeah, you know what I mean. So something different for them to look at. And I said, oh, I never really thought about that. So I said, well, when you go out there and you find out what's going on, then innit? That's what you need to do. That's what they need to do. Anyhow, let me just see if I've got this right here. Just a moment. Just a moment. Mm-mm. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. There we go. Mm-mm. Yes. The seafront. It's just a seafront town. Another pirate haven that you have there. So let me just see what I've got. What have I done here? Hopefully I haven't cut it off. Hopefully I haven't cut it off. Oh no! Oh no! What have you done? Have I cut it off? Yes, the sound just been cut off. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. She'll be back. She shall be back if it's still available. If it is still available, right? So yes, as we reach towards the last. Oh my gosh! Only 20 minutes left. 20 minutes. That's not good, is it? That's not good. Anyhow, so we've got some events coming up. We've got the sports day coming up in August. Wait a minute, where are you? You see my people. They just dash everything around in this place here. Ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Right, we got the Mosiah. Obviously, the first of Mosiah, the works. Right, it's on a Friday. This one will be on a Friday, so it'll be after my morning show. And I want you all to be there. Okay. So be on the Friday the 1st of Mosiah, 1st of August, right? That would be on 2025, right? We must secure reparations. Of course we must do, right? Of course we must do. And that will be in the Windrush Square at 10 a.m. Why you meeting up, sir? Come at 10 a.m. Okay, and come dressed appropriately. The march should be leaving off around about 11 a.m. Should be leaving off at 11 a.m. So come dressed appropriately so we can represent all of those who are there. And my assumption is that there are going to be a lot of those people who are going to be jumping on with us as well, right? Or joining in the march, right? Because obviously they've got things to say for themselves as well. So they're going to try and straggle onto to our march as well of the reparations, right? And as I said, we need to also strengthen our talk around the subjects that we are bringing to the public, especially now because there are a lot of those organizations that are looking to leech off a lot of the things that we have done as a foundation as the Black African diasporian community here in the UK. So be aware of that. Be aware of that, right? Some imposters that will be there, right? All of a sudden, oh yes, we must be doing this, we must be doing that. Da, da, da. Why can't we be doing this? Oh, I know how to get funding and all this type of thing there as well, right? Let's keep our heads while others are losing theirs at the same time. Okay, right. Oh, There you go. Sister Sandra's rejoined us again. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back, my sister. Welcome back, my sister. I'm just saying that we need to keep our heads while others are losing theirs at this time as well. Even though we're going into a precarious time, right? Please don't follow every rhetoric that you're hearing and that is being exposed. All of a sudden, everybody's an expert on Iran. Overnight, everybody's an expert, right? Oh, they know exactly what war tactics should be happening. You know, everybody's an expert on it, and I'm thinking, that is when you should practice the silence.
and that's the thing for me. There's a lot of noise out there, and how do we navigate the noise? And for me, navigating the noise is the silence. Navigating the noise is switching off. Navigating the noise is turning down. Navigating the noise is finding that allotment and putting your hands in the dirt, planting something, enjoying the fact that it's a hot day today. Go outside, do something, take a walk.
Definitely.
Some greenery, some trees, and just take a walk.
I know I'm gonna go and get my third wash down after this.
But that's all healthy because so then this is does provide the pause just to open and just to release.
I tell you,
amounts of water to keep that, to ensure then that you are making the best use of what the Almighty has provided, what the Creator has provided in terms of today.
Yes, it'll be my third wash down today. So, and then obviously prepare something for Mum and everything, and hopefully she will give me an easy day today. No promises, though. Hopefully she'll give me an easy day today, and we'll see how the evening plays out today. And
So I know the last time when we sat with the Blacknificent family, Mother Miranda, Aging Out Loud was our guest.
Yeah.
And she spoke about her event. So we're still planning and working on that event. So again, if there's anyone that's going to be in Jamaica.
Do you have the details there? Do you have the details there about it?
Potentially. I would, because she's doing a conference where she's organizing a conference. Her book is called Aging Out Loud. And she's organizing a conference on the 8th of August at the Catalonia Hotel. So we're looking at, again, the lineup in relation to her book and what she's saying. And she's looking at introducing another speaker.
Okay.
This speaker is speaking about, it's not, and I'm going to use a Jamaican, you don't wait until you find a friend before you need a friend. So there will be a number of elders who are slowing down, but they're not necessarily having the conversations with the younger members of the family or strangers or whatever. So when they can't do for themselves, they don't necessarily have that support network, because people are moving away. Everyone wants to go and live in foreign, or they live at different points. We're not necessarily living in that households that we used to live in the past, whereby you'd have more than one generation in the household. So as the
extended family.
The youngers are getting older, but they're learning from the elders or the seniors, and the seniors are getting younger and they're learning from the youngers. You're not getting that transfer of knowledge at the same rate. There was a phrase that she used in terms of, so the speaker is someone who does speak about the friendships that we make at different points in our lives, and some of those friendships will still be there in terms of the preparation as we become senior, as we're getting younger. And they may be those friendships that are the ones that help us through this time. So
Mhm.
you've taken up the mantle as a son looking out for his mother. There'll be others who would take up the mantle as, I know a friend who's looking after his mum and dad. Another friend, my sister-in-law, who's looking after her mum. So
Mhm.
from a family point of view, we're still keeping those connections, but we also need to recognize and realize then that it may be a stranger who's doing that. And we want to ensure then that we want to, in the best possible way, that they A, do it with love, but B, recognizing that some of the friendships that we may be making at the age of 70 may be those same friends who will be helping and supporting us when we are in need.
Mhm.
How do we navigate that terrain? How do we ensure then that we seek the friend before we need the friend?
Mhm.
Well, I just sent you a copy of her book launch, which was launched.
Mhm.
But I can't find. Oh, right.
There you
I'll
go.
this. I'll do this one instead.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just going to do the book itself.
Okay.
Let me just not do that. But yeah, but the conference definitely. If you're in Jamaica and if you want tickets, you can make contact with myself.
Mhm.
And we can arrange for it if you want tickets, or just let us know in terms of the studio and we can arrange to have it done. So it's making use of the facilities at the hotel, but overstanding, recognizing that as we all mature,
Mhm.
we want to do so gracefully. There are things that we can do to improve our chances of being able to do some of the things that we do now, maybe at a slower pace, but
Mhm.
there's things that we can do in order to improve our chances. And that's part of those discussions. Part of those discussions are, and I know we've said it, that we may have our neighbors, there may be people who live on our street that we don't tend to see. It being a hot day, they may not choose to come out, or they may choose to come out. But every now and again, it's saying that hi, it's saying greetings, it's knocking on their door, just making sure that they're all right, because we
Yeah.
don't know be in that situation. And we hear on too many occasions where people are found in their houses, their flats behind the door, and they've had an
Mhm.
accident, they've transitioned and no one ever knew. And you're thinking, but they have family, they have friends, but because of how we live and the noise that we're getting and the distractions with a war that's technically may or may not
Mhm.
have something to do with you,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
putting our energy in terms of trying to solve it.
This
But
this is this is a thing. I know that you had recently the Labor Day,
yeah,
the Community Action Day. Yeah. Right. The basis of that the Labor Day is to go and do something in the community.
mm, mm,
Right. Not necessarily in
mm,
your own front yard or whatever, but to do something in the community.
mm,
Even for that to reignite that thing of being a community, right?
mm,
And I emphasized this, right? Don't get me wrong. We as the Galaxy family, we're doing things that can sustain us as the
mm,
Galaxy family,
mm,
right?
mm,
But also let's look at the world as it is right now, because
mm,
there are a lot of people out there who are afraid.
mm,
They are afraid right now.
mm,
Yeah,
mm,
right. They don't
mm,
know. They don't know which way to turn, left, right, or center.
mm,
Right?
mm, mm,
We're not. Let's say they're not level-headed like most of us or
mm,
us here on the Blacknificent show. They're not level-headed like us.
mm,
Right? So when we are approached and they look at us and they as if to say they want to say something,
mm,
let's just make that little space, even if it's a 5 minute,
mm,
to just give them acknowledgement that I see you.
mm,
You know,
mm,
I talk about something. Let me hear what you got to say.
mm,
You know,
mm,
it might not be what you want to hear, but you know what? That's where they are at that time.
mm,
Doesn't mean they have to end up at that space in that time.
mm.
Yeah,
mm,
right.
mm,
Because when was it? Last Saturday, there was somebody that I met at at the at a meeting of us as carers, right?
mm,
And then the person called me because they had a problem. They wanted a carpenter. So I know a brother who's a carpenter,
mm,
right? And then it got into the talk of oh, God is gonna help you, and then and I said, yes, yes, yes.
mm,
And then when I allowed them to speak for their 45 minutes and
mm,
everything about
mm.
how
You
God,
were listening,
yeah.
silent.
And then I said, okay, then let me tell you how I think about this. So
Mm,
10 minutes later, oh, I'm busy. But that's how it may go sometimes. I
mm,
might not get the 45 minutes or equal balance.
mm, mm,
You understand?
mm,
But
mm,
then again, probably made that person feel right,
mm,
right? But
mm,
obviously, she wasn't in the listening for me,
mm,
but she wanted to just give out her thing in
mm,
another way. I said,
mm,
no, no problem. But
mm,
at least you know where me stand.
mm, mm.
You understand? Right?
Definitely,
So
definitely.
it don't mean say that you have to take on everything that other people are saying. But sometimes even that to have
Mm,
a form of connectivity,
mm,
right, could literally save a life, as you're saying.
mm,
It could save a life because it probably would prove to that person that they have a worth in
mm,
some ways, or they
mm,
take it that they have a worth.
mm,
You know, so it is important. It's
mm.
important that we look to see how the community are
Yes,
considered things there. You know.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. And you speak about Labor Day. I'm going to speak very quickly in terms of what I was doing. So I was helping the community to lay some pipes. So the
Mm-hmm.
water um, is, they always say over here, water's free. And the reason the community or the Maroons made or stayed where they did was A, because of the location, but B, within the location there was plenty of water supply, and it's harnessing that water supply. So we're using obviously the newer methods in order to harness the water supply, so the pipes and stuff like that, so it can come into everyone's sink
Home.
home.
Mm.
So we would lay some water pipes. So we didn't connect it as in turn on the water, but we've still got twice the amount of journey to go in
Mm.
relation to water.
Mm-hmm.
But it was nice just being able to be there, because normally when I'm walking from where I am now up to Moortown, half
Mm.
hour, 5-minute walk, you can hear the huss because there's a pipe that's burst and the water is
Mm.
being. So it's nice knowing then that those pipes are being either replaced and or those who don't yet have water, as in
Mm.
a constant stream of water because the pressure is low, we're just fixing it.
Mm.
So it was just a really nice feeling. And I went back on Friday just gone to
Mm.
lay some more. We've we've still got at least twice as much to lay.
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
in about 200 yards worth of pipe.
Oh,
Yes, about
oh,
200 yards. And there's still at least another 200 yards. 200, what's he runs 100 meters. 200 meters, sorry, 100 meters worth of pipe that we laid, and there's at least another 100 meters.
wow. Mm. 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 So it soon will be there. It soon will be there.
Some people along that stretch will have their water, constant water, decent pressure,
Mm.
um, day in, day out.
Okay. Okay. Well done. Well done. You see, that's what we're saying. Community action in
Mm,
those ways.
mm,
But then again, and as you say, little or big like that is there because that could be a life saving thing there for some people as well, right?
mm,
To have some form of water or access to water as well,
mm,
because I know that when they have a dry period out there, you're relying on these water trucks
Yes,
to
yes,
come
yes.
community, and it's not every community get a water truck visit.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no, no,
so yeah,
no.
yes, all these type of things we can be useful in as well, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's make ourselves useful out there, right? Summarization, my sister,
So
as we
it's
reach the top of the
gonna be
hour, we hand
very
it over to
disjointed.
Sister Noah. Go ahead.
Um, it's going to be very disjointed. I'm going to leave you to summarize the ancestral voices. But we've just had a beautiful conversation. We were joined earlier on by Brother Adi, as we were speaking about food, and we were speaking about how our palates have changed, and some of the things that our current suppliers are doing in order to help that change or speed up that change. And I was speaking about the promotion that Colonel Sanders and the restaurants up and down Jamaica were doing yesterday, and how the people were prepared to queue for long hours outside. And once they got inside, queue for probably the same length of time inside in order to wait for food. And this is hours, 2, 3 hours. And my question that I posed was, would they be prepared to stand up and fight and queue for other areas of their life? And because of how our food is processed now, I think not. But it's to be mindful that we are what we eat. And you spoke about the book by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Very good books. If you've not read it, or you've not had a chance to even flick through it, I would encourage our Blacknificent family just to pick it up and look at it. And that said, we were speaking about having the opportunity to, where we can, grow what we consume, and be mindful then that when we're purchasing our food and our veg, from a washing point of view, if something is shiny, it doesn't necessarily, it's not meant to be shiny. The rain doesn't have a sheen of shine on when it, well, it may do now because there's a lot of things that, yeah, but technically it should not be leaving a sheen. So if you're picking up a piece of fruit, a vegetable, and it's got that sheen, and even if you don't even see the sheen, wash it.
Exactly.
Be mindful, wash it,
Exactly.
and think about what you're putting into your stomach and what you
Most
want.
most of those things that have been pre-wrapped or shrink wrapped
Yeah,
have got some kind of
some,
preservative on there as well. So you
yeah,
know that would be indication number one
yes,
straight
yes,
away. I
yes,
remember that apple that shines is not necessarily the snow white apple, that you're
yes.
supposed to
It's not.
Oh,
It's not
some of them,
supposed to be
some of
like
them is
that.
just for decoration.
Mm, 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 mm.
Remember the plastic. Remember the plastic bowl of fruit them that you have in your front room. Yeah. Oh no. That's not for eating.
No, 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 no. But it's a conversation we then need to have with the young people, and
Mm,
with, as a reminder for those of us who um, are older, of
mm,
how we eat, what we eat, and the connections that we can have as we are doing the eating,
mm,
as friends, family, and or strangers. And then we were speaking about the elements of the ancestral voices, but in terms of, from a communication, and
mm.
that
Power.
we sometimes talk in parables, whether or not we've had the experience of hearing those parables, but the beauty of those said parables, but also
Mm,
the amount of media that comes to us and we consume. Every now and again, we need to do that thing called silence. We need to be the operator and the watchman at our gate, where we just say, you know what, I'm going to lock off, I'm going to switch off, and I'm just going to, if I'm in a room and someone's consuming all the energy, I'm going to listen, but then I'm
mm.
also going to say my piece, and I'm going to be
Mm.
comfortable enough in order to do so.
That this is a very very good point as well. Just to have that peace of mind,
Mm,
learn from the silence,
mm,
right? And
mm,
also be appreciative. Be appreciative of what what others are saying as well, because remember they're going through they're going through their awakening, awareness, right? And it's not everything that everybody know out there, you know. Listen, okay, I'm picking out a
And then the
list
last
there.
thing I was speaking about was the aging out loud.
Right. So go ahead.
The last thing I was speaking about was
Yeah, go ahead.
The last thing I was speaking about was the promotion or the event that's happening at the Catalonia Hotel on the 8th of August, Aging Out Loud. But the other thing I do need to speak about and provide you with details is we're doing a Mr. and Mrs. Prince and Princess pageant in Moortown on the Independence Day, the 6th of August. And the young
6th of
children
August.
will be doing their bit, and it's in terms of preserving the culture, our culture.
Brilliant, 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 brilliant. All right then, my sister. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Blacknificent show this strong. And just hope that you will have a beautiful, brilliant, sunny day, like what we're experiencing right here in England, right? Boss up my knees on the shoulder.
Yeah, get as much vitamin D as you can. Overdose. Go for the overdose. So I'm not sure what happened there. I may be here on my own. I could be speaking to myself. I doubt it. But have an amazing, amazing day. Get as much of that vitamin D as you can. Take time out just to be silent, to enjoy the silence and enjoy life. Peace.
Oh, my mind, hurt in the night. Oh,